February 9, 1991, James Cleveland died in Culver City, California. He was 59. Some reports list the cause of death as congestive heart failure, stating that the singer had fallen into a coma shortly before his death. He is interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. White was overweight for most of his adult life and suffered from related health problems. In October 1995, White was admitted to a hospital as a result of high blood pressure. In August 1999, White was forced to cancel a month's worth of tour dates owing to exhaustion, high blood pressure, and a hectic schedule. In September 2002, White was hospitalized with kidney failure attributed to chronic diabetes mellitus and high blood pressure. While undergoing dialysis and awaiting a kidney transplant in May 2003, White suffered a severe stroke, which forced him to retire from public life. In July 4, 2003, White died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 58. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the ocean off the Californian coast. Tisdale died in May 15, 2009, at St. John Medical Center in Tulsa, where his wife had taken him when he had trouble breathing. She later confirmed that he died after his esophagus ruptured following radiation treatments for his cancer. Tisdale's agent described his death as a great shock and noted that Tisdale had been planning to go into the recording studio the following week for a project with jazz guitarist Norman Brown. In 2003, Charles had successful hip replacement surgery and was planning to go back on tour until he began suffering from other ailments. He died at his home in Beverly Hills, California, of complications resulting from liver failure in June 10, 2004, at the age of 73. His funeral took place on June 18, 2004, at the First African Methodist Episcopal Church of Los Angeles, with numerous musical figures in attendance. B.B. King, Glenn Campbell, Stevie Wonder, and Wynton Marsalis each played a tribute at the funeral. He was interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery. King died at the age of 89 in Las Vegas, Nevada, in May 14, 2015. The remaining 8 shows of his 2014 tour were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. King died in his sleep on May 14, 2015, at the age of 89, from vascular dementia caused by a series of small strokes, as a consequence of his type 2 diabetes. 2 of his daughters alleged that King was deliberately poisoned by 2 associates trying to induce diabetic shock. However, an autopsy showed no evidence of poisoning. Campbell died in Nashville, Tennessee, in August 8, 2017, at the age of 81. Vandross suffered from diabetes and hypertension. In April 16, 2003, Vandross suffered a severe stroke at his home in New York City and was in a coma for nearly 2 months. The stroke affected his ability to speak and sing, and required him to use a wheelchair. Vandross died in July 1, 2005, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 54 of a heart attack. The factors of Super Famicom in Dragon Ball Z hyperdimension, due to hypertension of Majin Vegeta. He is a Son Goku, and Vegeta will transform, simply called Super Vegeta, and Vandross died from heart failure in 2005. In November 10, 2006, Gerald Levert was found dead in his bed at his Cleveland, Ohio, home, when his cousin tried to wake him. Initial reports stated that Levert had died of an apparent heart attack. In June 25, 2009, less than 3 weeks before the first This Is It show was due to begin in London, with all concerts sold out, Jackson died from cardiac arrest. In August 13, 2018, Franklin was reported to be gravely ill at her home in Riverfront Towers, Detroit. She was under hospice care and surrounded by friends and family. Stevie Wonder, Jesse Jackson, and ex-husband Quinn Turman visited her on her deathbed. Franklin died at her home on August 16, 2018, aged 76, without a will. The cause of death was a malignant pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor, which is distinct from the most common form of pancreatic cancer. Numerous celebrities in the entertainment industry and politicians paid tribute to Franklin, including former U.S. President Barack Obama, who said she helped define the American experience. Civil rights activist and minister Al Sharpton called her a civil rights and humanitarian icon. Ingram died of brain cancer in January 29, 2019 at the age of 66. Leverett became ill while incarcerated in the Cuyahoga County Correctional Facility, prior to his transfer to a state prison, reporting high blood pressure and hallucinations. He died 6 days after being admitted to the jail, on March 30th. The Cuyahoga County coroner ruled in May that his death was caused by complications from sarcoidosis. The official coroner's report also noted contributing factors of high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, and withdrawal from Xanax. He was 39 years old. In 2010, his widow was awarded $4 million as a result of a lawsuit filed against Cuyahoga County. Carter died at the age of 95 in Los Angeles at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center on July 12, 2003 from complications of bronchitis. Bryant died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on August 25, 2019, after suffering a heart attack at home. At the time of her death, she had 9 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. In February 8, 2017, after being hospitalized for exhaustion in Los Angeles, Jarreau canceled his remaining 2017 tour dates. In that date, the Montreux Jazz Academy, part of the Montreux Jazz Festival in Switzerland, announced that Jarreau would not return as a mentor to 10 young artists, as he had done in 2015. In February 12, 2017, Jarreau died of respiratory failure, at the age of 76, just 2 days after announcing his retirement, and 1 month before his 77th birthday. The first Tokusatsu DVD series from the Japanese series Kairai, Sensei's Ranger by Toei Company and TV Asahi, and American series Mighty Morphin Power Rangers by Ames Saban. Parker died in November 18, 1971, at age 39, in Blue Island, Illinois, during surgery for a brain tumor. His next album was released by United Artists Records in 1972, titled I Tell Stories Sad and True, I Sing the Blues and Play Harmonica Too. It is very funky. Reviewing it in Kristka's Record Guide, Rock Albums of the 70s, 1981, Robert Christgau said, once a big man in the blues circuit, Parker was turning into the forgotten male streeter by the time he died, and this is a respectful farewell, never as penetrating as me, or BABI. Parker moves his way over the arrangements with the calm of a man who was mellow, before the concept existed, at least in its present deracinated form. Highlight, the sad, true story that goes with funny how time slips away. Muddy Waters died in his sleep from heart failure, at his home in Westmont, Illinois, in April 30, 1983, from cancer-related complications. He was taken from his Westmont home, which he lived in for the last decade of his life, to Good Samaritan Hospital in Downers Grove, Illinois, where he was pronounced dead aged 70. His funeral was held on May 4, 1983. Throngs of blues musicians and fans attended his funeral at Ristvale Cemetery in Alsip, Illinois. He is buried next to his wife, Geneva. In Christmas Day 2006, Brown died at approximately 1:45 a.m. on Eastern, at age 73, from congestive heart failure, resulting from complications of pneumonia. Bobby was at his bedside and later reported that Brown stuttered, "I'm going away tonight," then took 3 long, quiet breaths and fell asleep before dying. Cotton died of pneumonia on March 16, 2017, at the age of 81, at a medical center in Austin, Texas. Armstrong died of a heart attack in his sleep on July 6, 1971, a month before his 70th birthday. A longtime resident of Englewood, New Jersey, Gillespie died of pancreatic cancer in January 6, 1993, at the age of 75 and was buried in Flushing Cemetery, Queens, New York City. Mike Longo delivered a eulogy at his funeral. Longo died in Manhattan on March 23, 2020, 3 days after his 83rd birthday, from complications of coronavirus disease 2019. The COVID-19 pandemic locked down and quarantine until the end of 2021. 6 weeks after filming finished, Gordon died at the age of 74 from a heart attack at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens on July 11, 2002. Freddie Cole died in June 27, 2020, aged 88. He was remembered by notable jazz artists in an article in Arts Atlanta. Fontana died October 9, 2003, in Las Vegas, Nevada, at age of 75 after suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Allman died at his home in Richmond Hill, Georgia, in May 27, 2017, due to complications from liver cancer at the age of 69. Brown died of congestive heart failure in 1999 in Oakland, California, and was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. King died of a heart attack on December 21, 1992, in his Memphis home. His final concert had been in Los Angeles 2 days earlier. He was given a funeral procession with the Memphis horns playing when the Saints go marching in and was buried in Paradise Gardens Cemetery in Edmondson, Arkansas, near his childhood home. Count Basie died of pancreatic cancer in Hollywood, Florida on April 26, 1984 at the age of 79. At 6:50 a.m. Pacific in January 23, 2005, Carson died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles of respiratory failure arising from emphysema. Bobby Berg died in September 12, 2007, of cancer. He was 73 years old. Chess died at his home in Tucson, Arizona, at the age of 95. At the age of 60, Buddy Miles died in February 26, 2008, at his home in Austin, Texas, with his family by his side. According to his website, he died of congestive heart disease. Miles was cremated, and there was no funeral. Melvin Edmonds died in May 18, 2019, at the age of 65. Jason left the group shortly thereafter. In December 12, 2011, Gerard Heard was found dead at his hanged himself after attempted suicide by hanging. After her death of Josephine Heard suffering from a congestive heart failure at the age of 69. After his death, Gerard Heard died at his home. He attempted suicide by hanging at the age of 31. At the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. Josephine Heard died in her sleep of congestive heart failure in Edison, New Jersey at JFK Medical Center on December 10, 2011. At the age of 69. Before his death, Gerard died at the hanging himself from attempted suicide in December 12. The Brooklyn police officers after her death of Josephine was diagnosed of heart failure and his brother hanged himself in New York City Police District by the politician's tribute of Gerard Heard after suicide at his home. James died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey in February 29, 2008 in leap year's day at the diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney failure and hemorrhoids. Mike Jacob died of the disease on December 14, 2008 at the age of 68, at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. In 2010 entertaining tour were cancelled because of health problems caused complications of certifications in kidney disease and high blood pressure. Roy Vincent's health deteriorated in his 48 years after cause of appendicitis disease, liver disease, broken bones and hip replacement surgery. Vincent died at age 71 on April 29, 2010, at Boulder City Hospital in Nevada. On May 21, 2006, Walker died in a road accident when the van he was driving back to Nashville after a performance in Foley, Alabama, veered off Interstate 65 in Fort Deposit and overturned. His wife Betty, bassist Charles Lilly Jr., son of Everett Lilly of the Lilly Brothers, and guitarist Daniel Patton were also killed in the 12:40 a.m. Central crash. The Walkers, Lilly, and Patton died instantly. Walker's grandson, Joshua Brooks, survived with serious injuries. Walker was interred in Spring Hill Cemetery in Nashville. The second benefit, the Joe Dial Benefit and Appreciation Day, in June 9, 1985, 2 days before Joe died, was organized by the Boston Bluegrass Union, the now-defunct North River Bluegrass Association, Kathy and Ted Howland and Linda Fitzpatrick, and many volunteers. A full day and early evening of jams, workshops and concerts drew many familiar names and a large crowd. Among the performers were the duo of Tony Rice and Jimmy Gaudreau, making a surprise appearance, John Lincoln Wright, Bill Keith, Trevor Hollow, White Mountain Bluegrass, Joe's brother Paul Valiant, singing with Trevor Hollow, and more. Tony Rice died at his home in Reidsville, North Carolina on December 25, 2020. He died while making his coffee, according to a statement from longtime friend and collaborator Ricky Skaggs. 2 days later, in February 11, Houston was found unconscious in Suite 434 at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, submerged in the bathtub. Beverly Hills paramedics arrived at approximately 3:30 p.m., found Houston unresponsive, and performed CPR. Houston was pronounced dead at 3:55 p.m. Pacific. The cause of death was not immediately known. Local police said there were no obvious signs of criminal intent. In the weeks leading up to his death, Turner became reclusive. In December 10, 2007, he told his assistant Felina Raziel that he believed he was dying and would not live until Christmas. As he predicted, Turner died 2 days later, in December 12, at the age of 76, at his home in San Marcos, California. He was found dead by his former wife Ann Thomas. Raziel was also in the house and administered CPR. Turner was pronounced dead at 11:38 a.m. Johnson died on August 16, 1938, at the age of 27, near Greenwood, Mississippi, of unknown causes. His death was not reported publicly. He nearly disappeared from the historical record, and it was not until almost 30 years later, when Gail Dean Wardlow, a Mississippi-based musicologist researching Johnson's life, found his death certificate, which listed only the date and location, with no official cause of death. No formal autopsy was done, as a dead black man found by the side of the road near a farm. A pro forma examination was done to file the death certificate, and no immediate cause of death was determined. It is likely he had congenital syphilis, and it was suspected later by medical professionals that may have been a contributing factor in his death. However, 30 years of local legend and oral tradition had, like the rest of his life story, built a legend which has filled in gaps in the scant historical record. Jordan died of a heart attack on February 4, 1975, in Los Angeles. He is buried at Mount Olive Cemetery in St. Louis, Missouri, the hometown of his wife Martha. On September 12, 2020, Wright died suddenly, at age 75, after suffering a heart attack at a hospital in Encino, California. She suffered from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Pearl Bailey died at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital in Philadelphia on August 17, 1990. Following an autopsy, Drive Emanuel Rubin, professor and chairman of the Department of Pathology at Jefferson Medical College, announced the cause of death as arteriosclerosis, with significant narrowing of the coronary artery. Bailey is buried at Rolling Green Memorial Park in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Wilson died at St. Joseph's Hospital in Yonkers, New York, in January 16, 1987, aged 79. He had suffered from Parkinson's disease for several years and suffered a severe stroke approximately 6 days earlier. Crawford died in January 29, 2009, at his home in Memphis, aged 74. The cause was complications of a stroke he had in 2000, his sister Delores said. Milton died at the age of 70 on August 4, 2005 from complications following a stroke. He was posthumously honored with a marker in the Mississippi Blues Trail in Inverness. A resident of Voorhees Township, New Jersey, McGriff died there at age 72 on May 24, 2008, due to complications of multiple sclerosis. Thompson died from Alzheimer's disease in an assisted living facility on July 30, 2005. Professor Longyard died in his sleep of a heart attack, while the filming of the documentary was underway, and before the live concert, which was planned to be its climax, footage from his funeral was included in the documentary. Hill died at the age of 62 from congestive heart failure in Clarksdale on April 16, 1996. According to his obituary in the commercial appeal, he was survived by a daughter, Kathy Mitchell, 2 sons, Craig Turner and Raymond Hill, a sister, Marion Montgomery, 2 brothers, Aubrey Hill and Charles Hill Jr., and an aunt who cared for him, Evelyn Jarrett. His son, Tina Turner, Craig Turner, died from an apparent suicide in 2018. Brenston died of a heart attack at the VA Hospital in Memphis on December 15, 1979. Hooker died in his sleep on June 21, 2001, in Los Altos, California in his home. He is interred at the Chapel of the Chimes in Oakland, California. He was survived by 8 children, 19 grandchildren, and numerous great-grandchildren. Hawkins died of esophageal cancer in Houston on January 30, 1982, at the age of 69. His obituary in the New York Times described him as one of the great country blues singers and perhaps the greatest single influence in rock guitar players. Jefferson died in Chicago at 10 a.m. on December 19, 1929, of what his death certificate said was probably acute myocarditis. For many years, rumors circulated that a jealous lover had poisoned his coffee, but a more likely explanation is that he died of a heart attack after becoming disoriented during a snowstorm. Some left square bracket who right square bracket have said that he died of a heart attack after being attacked by a dog in the middle of the night. In his 1983 book Talbert's Texas, Frank X. Talbert claims that he was killed while being robbed of a large royalty payment by a guide escorting him to Chicago Union Station to catch a train home to Texas. Paramount Records paid for the return of his body to Texas by train, accompanied by the pianist William Isle. Isle died in Chicago in 1963 in Chicago, at the age of 70. His death was not reported in any newspaper obituaries. Ransom died of congestive heart failure on August 23, 1995. He was burial. The autopsy pointers from a hospital at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 78. James died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 75, at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on December 26, 2008. His remains were cremated, and the ashes scattered from autopsy from New York City. Bernhard Screen died of a heart attack in his sleep on November 21, 2013. English actor Ed Skrein's reviewing from was burial of Skreин's death of heart disease in London, England, at the age of 87. Manthis died in his sleep from heart failure in February 29, 2004 in the leap year's day at the age of 94, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Robinson died in his sleep from heart attack at the age of 68, at San Francisco Chinese Hospital on September 13, 1999. Crystal died in November 18, 2003, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, age 64, due to complications of high blood disease, diabetes, prostate cancer and kidney failure. In July 6, 2013, Howie Baser died in his sleep from congestive heart failure at his home at San Francisco Chinese Hospital at the age of 93. His remains was cremated, and the ashes were scattered from the Golden Bay Central in San Francisco, California. Eddie Jones died in his sleep on November 9, 2016, at the age of 84, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. Due to complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and heart failure, his remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the autopsy pointers of Manhattan, New York City. Gene Braxton died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on August 12, 2000, at the age of 98. Tony Braxton reports was cremated and his ashes scattered from services at the funeral. Jimmy Thunder died at the age of 72, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on July 25, 2010. From complications of kidney failure, strokes, cancer diseases and respiratory disease, suffered leukemia. Thunder was cremated from autopsy pointers. In July 7, 2001, Ricky Goldberg died in his sleep from heart failure at the age of 92, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Simmons died at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on September 10, 2012, from complications of epilepsy, seizure and chronic illness at the age of 53. Joe Ashley died at the age of 87 in Los Angeles at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center on October 25, 2004, from complications of leukemia and heart failure. Joel Evans died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on April 19, 1994 suffered epilepsy chronic illness. Elton Rhodes Jr. died in his sleep from respiratory failure at the JFK Medical Center on July 9, 2010 in Edison, New Jersey, was autopsy cremated of ashes pointers scattering from New York. Ben Howard died at the age of 84 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, from complications of pancreatitis, coccidioidomycosis, steroids and colectomy. Jean Solomon died at her home from congestive coccidioidomycosis at the age of 98, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, was autopsy cremated and her remains scattered of the funeral. The remaining 11 shows of his 2017 tour were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. King Brown Jr. died in his sleep from heart failure, at the age of 95 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, where his wife had taken him when he had trouble breathing. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the Manhattan. Rogers died of colon cancer in Chicago in 1997. He was survived by his son, Jimmy Delane, a guitarist, record producer and recording engineer for Blue Heaven Studios and A.P.O. Records. Allen died at his home in Tampa on September 27, 2018, at the age of 76. Alvin Benson died at the age of 81, in July 23, 2013, due to complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure and liver cancer. He was given a funeral. Gordon Bay died at the age of 93, in November 1, 1994, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. Kingston died of pancreatic cancer in April 3, 2000, at the age of 82. In Las Vegas, Nevada, Black died at the age of 91 in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles, California, due to complications of withdrawal from Xanax, sarcoidosis, acute pancreatitis and bronchitis. A New York Times obituary described him as an extraordinary guitarist ennobling the ordinary. An obituary in the Huffington Post referred to him as a character singer titan. Black ashes was held in autopsy pointers and interred in Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Remington died September 9, 2001, age 86, from complications of periambulary cancer. In March 14, 2011, Livingston died in his sleep from heart failure, at his home in Malibu, California, from cancer-related complications at the age of 90. He was served given a funeral service was held. He remains scattered in pointers. Elton Gilbert died at the age of 80 of cirrhosis of the liver on June 21, 2002, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. He was given the funeral and autopsy pointers scattered from New York. Gabriel died at the age of 83, in Los Angeles at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center on June 6, 2010, due to complications of multiple organ failure, pneumonia, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and acute renal failure. He is interred in Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. The funeral service was burial from a meat shop from a family butcher's in Market of Los Angeles, California. Davidson died at the age of 80 on May 25, 1997, from complications of acute renal failure. After a 3-month battle with cancer, Collins died at his home in Las Vegas, Nevada, in November 24, 1993. He was 61 years old. Surviving him were his wife, Gwendolyn, and his father, Andy Thomas. Margie died in poverty in New York on July 14, 1973, aged 38. The official cause of her death is unknown, since no autopsy was performed in her. Most sources claim it was caused by a heroin overdose, but there are some rumors saying that she died in a car crash or from cancer. She is buried at New Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church Cemetery in Register, Georgia. Turner died without a valid will. Less than a week after his death, his former wife Audrey Madison Turner filed a petition stating that he had penned a handwritten will naming her as a beneficiary. In 2009, a judge ruled that the handwritten will was invalid and that by law Turner's children were the direct heirs of his estate. Ken Hansen died in his sleep from heart attack on March 17, 1993, age 69. He died at his home in Burbank, California. Was autopsy pointers of Western counters. John Cleaver died at his home in Pensacola, Florida on March 17, 2009, at the age of 71, from complications of liver cirrhosis. Gilbert James died at his home in Columbus, Ohio, at the age of 68, due to complications of congestive heart attack. Baron Bailey died of aortic dissection at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio on September 16, 1999, at the age of 56. Was autopsy pointers in Cincinnati. Benny Anderson died in Davenport, Iowa, in August 16, 2010, at the age of 76 of colorectal cancer. Fred Ferguson died at his home in Charlotte, North Carolina on May 25, 2008, at the age of 86 due to a cerebral thrombosis with multiple organ failure. Vince Mulholland died of pulmonary embolism at his home in Gainesville, Georgia, in November 12, 2016, at age 85. He died of respiratory cancer, while making his autopsy at the funeral service was held. He was cremated pointers of a coast. Benson died of appendix cancer on April 22, 2002, at the age of 96 in Boston, Massachusetts at his home. Howard died of lymphoma at his home in West Newbury, Massachusetts at the age of 92 on July 26, 2011. Daniel Gibson died at his home in Silsbee, Texas of blood vomiting on February 29, 2012 in Leap Year's Day. Summer died in May 17, 2012 at her home in Naples, Florida, aged 63, from lung cancer. A non-smoker, Summer theorized that her cancer was caused by inhaling toxic fumes and dust from the September 11 attacks in New York City. She was in her apartment near Ground Zero, when the attacks occurred. However, some reports have instead attributed the cancer to summer smoking during her younger years, her continued exposure to secondhand smoking, while performing in clubs well, after she had quit, and a predisposition to this disease in the family. Summer was survived by her husband, Bruce Sudano, and her 3 daughters. Holloway died aged 64 on March 21, 2011, from heart failure. She was survived by her 4 children. Byrne died in November 25, 2006, in Irvine, California at the age of 88. His wife, Marilyn, said he had suffered a stroke and had been suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Wolf died at the age of 72 on December 28, 2009, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey of lethal arrhythmia. Munford died of brain hemorrhage at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 98 on October 15, 2013. Vincent Klaus died at the age of 85 on July 21, 2001 at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. For 5 years, the roads east that troublemakers had police chases that he died of attempted suicide by jumping in building. The New York City Times at the Civil Rights at September 11 attacks a series of 4 coordinated terrorist attacks by the Wahhabi Islamist terrorist group Al-Qaeda against the United States in the morning of Tuesday, September 11, 2001. The propaganda sizzles aftermath the continued day that he died at the committed suicide by hanging after killing the snakes of bragging fistile reptile murdering from fighting cobra. Klaus was cremated, and there was no funeral. In April 11, 1983, Catherine Basie died of heart disease at the couple's home in Freeport, Grand Bahama Island. She was 67 years old. Klugman died of aortic dissection at this home in Sherrilsford, North Carolina on April 25, 2011, at the age of 75. In the morning of February 4, 2016, White died in his sleep at his Los Angeles home from the effects of Parkinson's disease. He was 74 years old. His brother Verdon said, "My brother, hero and best friend Morris White passed away peacefully last night in his sleep. While the world has lost another great musician and legend, our family asks that our privacy is respected, as we start what will be a very difficult and life-changing transition in our lives. Thank you for your prayers and wishes." Rogers died in March 3, 2013, at the age of 73, due to complications of diabetes. 9 days later, in March 12, 2013, in their website, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame paid tribute to Bobby with the article, "Remembering Bobby Rogers of the Miracles." Pete Moore died in his 79th birthday in Las Vegas, Nevada due to complications of diabetes. 3 years after leaving Robinson, Tarplin died in his Las Vegas home of undetermined causes on September 30, 2011. He was 70. Tarplin has 3 daughters named Elise, Lisa and Ebony. Dixon died of heart failure in January 29, 1992, in Burbank, California, and was buried in Broke Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois. After his death, his widow, Mary Dixon, took over the Blues Heaven Foundation and moved the headquarters to Chess Records. Dixon was posthumously inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the category Early Influences, Pre-Rock, in 1994. In April 28, 2013, both Dixon and his grandson Alex Dixon were inducted into the Chicago Blues Hall of Fame. Red Holloway died in Morro Bay, California, aged 84 of a stroke and kidney failure in February 25, 2012, 1 month after Etta James, with whom he had worked extensively. He was buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in the Hollywood Hills of Los Angeles. James died of a heart attack in Chicago in 1963, as he was about to tour Europe with that year's American Folk Blues Festival. He was buried in the Newport Baptist Church Cemetery, in Ebenezer, Mississippi. Phil Walden of Capricorn Records raised funds for a granite headstone for James' grave. The headstone, which reads King of the Slide Guitar, features a bronze relief of James playing guitar. It was revealed at a dedication ceremony sponsored by the Mount Zion Memorial Fund in 1992. Bradshaw died at the age of 56 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, from complications of diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney failure and strokes in February 29, 2012 in Leap Year's Day. Ambrose died at his home in Washington on March 17, 2015 at the age of 78, from complications of acute renal failure. In October 16, 1969, a few months after selling his namesake label to General Recorded Tape, Leonard Chess died of a heart attack. Winder was professionally active until the time of his death near Zurich, Switzerland, in July 16, 2014. He was found dead in his hotel room 2 days after his last performance, at the Cahors Blues Festival in France. The cause of Winder's death was not officially released. According to his guitarist friend and record producer Paul Nelson, Winder died of emphysema combined with pneumonia. Bo Diddley died in June 2, 2008, of heart failure at his home in Archer, Florida at the age of 79. Gary Mitchell, his grandson and one of more than 35 family members at the musician's home, when he died at 1:45 a.m. on Eastern, said his death was not unexpected. There was a gospel song that was sang at his bedside, and when it was done he said loudly the thumbs up, Mitchell told Reuters, when asked to describe the scene at the deathbed. The song was Walk Around Heaven and in his last words he stated that he was going to heaven. Stan died of liver cancer in Chicago in 1970. He was buried in Broke Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois. His grave was unmarked for almost 30 years, until Steve Salter, president of the Colored Blues Headstone Project, wrote a letter to Blues Review magazine, saying, "This piano great is lying in an unmarked grave. Let's do something about this deplorable situation." Blues enthusiasts from around the world sent donations to purchase a headstone. In June 6, 1999, the marker was unveiled in a private ceremony. The stone is inscribed, "Otis played the deepest blues we ever heard. He'll play forever in our hearts." In May 4, 1987, at age 44, Paul Butterfield died at his apartment in the North Hollywood district of Los Angeles. An autopsy by the county coroner concluded that he was the victim of an accidental drug overdose, with significant levels of morphine, heroin, codeine, the tranquilizer Librium and a trace of alcohol. In December 10, 1999, days after the end of a brief tour of the Midwest that included 2 shows in the Chicago area and a final gig at the Ark in Ann Arbor, Michigan, Danko died in his sleep at his home in Marbletown, New York. The cause of death was heart failure. He was 56. In March 21, 2011, Perkins died in his sleep of cardiac arrest at his home in Austin, Texas at the age of 97. Multiple memorial services were held in Perkins's honor in cities throughout the United States. The Ground Zero Blues Club in Clarksdale, Mississippi held a dedicated jam on March 31, 2011 for friends and fans of Perkins. A music-filled open casket funeral for Perkins was held in Austin, Texas on March 29, 2011, and was attended by several fellow musicians including Willie Big Eye Smith and Bob Margolin. Lead Belly died later that year in New York City and was buried in the Shiloh Baptist Church Cemetery, in Mooringsport, Louisiana, 8 miles, 13 kilometers, west of Blanchard, in Caddo Parish. He is honored with a statue across from the Caddo Parish Courthouse, in Shreveport. Lockwood died at the age of 91 in Cleveland, having suffered a cerebral aneurysm and a stroke. He is buried at Riverside Cemetery, in Cleveland. Bannerman died of carbon monoxide poisoning at age 50 in Seaford, East Sussex. She had lost an ongoing court battle with another of Hendrix's girlfriends, Kathy Chingham, 2 days earlier. Johnson died of a heart attack after playing at a local party in 1956. He is buried in the Warm Springs Methodist Church Cemetery, outside Crystal Springs, Mississippi. In April 2000, Johnson family members gave permission for a headstone to be placed on Johnson's grave organized through the Mount Zion Memorial Fund, a Mississippi nonprofit corporation active in historic African American cemetery preservation since 1989. Underwriting for the memorial was obtained through the support of blues musician Bonnie Raitt. The large granite memorial engraved with Johnson's portrait and including several of Johnson's best-known songs, added at the family's request, was unveiled in October 2001 in Crystal Springs, but was not placed on Johnson's actual grave for another 10 years however, because of a dispute between Johnson's family, led by his niece, Gia Johnson Collins, the owners of farm property encircling the cemetery, and the Copiah County Board of Supervisors over a deteriorated road that led to the burial site. The dispute was resolved in October 2012 thanks in large part to research work done by University of Mississippi researcher T.D. Moore. It was finally announced that the headstone would be erected in October 26 of that year. The headstone had been on public display in the Crystal Springs Public Library since being unveiled in October 20, 2001. In the night of Saturday, February 2, 2013, the headstone fell and was damaged. It is a matter of dispute whether it fell because it was inadequately secured or because it was pushed over or deliberately smashed. In January 21, 2010, Gilbert Wales died of pulmonary tuberculosis at his home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the age of 71. Wolfman died of aortic tuberculosis at his home in Perry, Oklahoma, in March 20, 2003, age 86, was autopsy pointers in Oklahoma. Thomas died at the age of 70 at his home in Staten Island, in June 23, 2012, from complications of tuberculosis. Troy Kelly died at his home in Long Island, New York. In August 14, 2009, at the age of 96 due to a demyelinating disease. Joey Santana died of bronchopneumonia at his home in Richmond, Virginia, in March 25, 2009, at age 78, 1 month before his 79th birthday. Freddie Harris died of acute respiratory failure at his home in Hackensack, New Jersey, in September 16, 2010, at the age of 69. Harrison died of chronic kidney disease and diabetic retinopathy at his home in Buffalo, New York at age 84 on July 7, 2015. At the age of 29, J. Cyrus was found hanged himself in his towel at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio on September 23, 2012. Initial reports of criminal contempt from death penalty that J. Cyrus died at committed suicide at his home from a crime scene in the politician's service contempt. Henderson died of thrombosis at his home in Washington, D.C., in April 7, 1995, age 68, 1 month before his 69th birthday. Macmillan died at age 108 from aortic thrombosis at his home in Melbourne, Australia on June 19, 2010. Reviewing from reporting in Australia, actor Glenn Macmillan reviewing from his death of father at age 108, on autopsy pointers in Melbourne, Australia. Lecker died in October 16, 2002, at age of 79, at Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, Wyoming, during surgery from debulking meningioma. The next album, the released producers and records in 1972, title, Stories I Said, I Sing Blues at the Harmonica 2, It's Funky Day, reviewing from Glinterman Recording Producers Staff. Glinterman said, The life is the man. In the blues circuit, Lecker was mean to the male street in the 76th Street sessions, by that time to be the next day. He died. It is farewell, respectful to sadness at dying once, Leclerc's record producers was not determined after released by the present deracinated by him. The show was respectfully known as a recording producer from the musician legend, but today he died, the recording producer's death. Leclerc has passing away, after being dying for autopsy at once a funeral was held that fascinated for him. Leclerc, thank you for support from recording producer. Farewell. Joshua Leclerc, highlight. He said. The memory of the living she goes funky way. Emperor Kid died in his sleep from heart attack at his home in Stone Mountain, Georgia. In April 14, 2007, age 84, from cancer-related complications, the next decade after his wife was autopsy pointers of Stone Mountain. She will next wife, Jennifer Kidd Belmont died at her home in Angel Grove, California, in May 23, 2013, at the age of 92 during complications of appendix cancer. Big Bubble died from cardiac arrest at the age of 83 on December 13, 2000. Denver died in June 16, 2004, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, age 78, from complications of colectomy, strokes, vascular dementia and coccidioidomycosis. An autopsy pointers was determined cannot showing that cause of death. King Brunson died at age 86 at Guadalupe County Hospital in Santa Rosa, New Mexico on April 29, 2009. Due to complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, heart disease and respiratory failure. Reviewing from Mexican actress Teresa Rita's burial of Brunson's death. Grant died at the age of 89, at Jewish Hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio. From complications of Parkinson's disease. Rollins died of hematemesis at Bryan Health in Lincoln, Nebraska, at the age of 59 on June 26, 2014. Jack Miller died at the age of 86, at Genesis Medical Center Davenport, Iowa in May 25, 2020. From complications of coronavirus disease 2019, the Tantrum Ultimate Battle Demon Instinct Fighting Killer in Ultimate Battle for Ultra Instinct Goku. In September 21, 2011, Gary Boston was found dead at his hanging himself and committed suicide by hanging at his home. He was 25, at Denver Health Medical Center in Denver, the Denver City Police District, by the politicians to tribute of Boston. Porter died in February 25, 1994, at the age of 25, at the Detroit Medical Center in Detroit, Michigan, due to complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, vascular dementia and cancer diseases. Williams died of heart failure at the age of 67 on May 6, 2009. Brown died from heart failure at age 83 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in January 16, 2010. King died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 90 on April 14, 2000, from complications of diabetes, high blood pressure, strokes, liver failure, pancreatic cancer and aortic disease. Guthrie died of uterine cancer in February 3, 1999, at the age of 48, and was interred at Fairmount Cemetery in Newark, New Jersey. Ed's son David Townsend, of the band Circus, died at age 50 in 2005. Ellington died in May 24, 1974, of complications from lung cancer and pneumonia, a few weeks after his 75th birthday. At his funeral, attended by over 12,000 people at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, Ella Fitzgerald summed up the occasion. It's a very sad day. A genius has passed. Parker died in March 12, 1955, in the suite of his friend and patron Baroness Canonica D. Goningswater at the Stanhope Hotel in New York City, while watching the Dorsey Brothers stage show on television. The official causes of death were lobar pneumonia and a bleeding ulcer, but Parker also had an advanced case of cirrhosis and had suffered a heart attack. The coroner who performed his autopsy mistakenly estimated Parker's 34-year-old body to be between 50 and 60 years of age. Hampton died from congestive heart failure at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, on August 31, 2002. He was interred at the Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. His funeral was held on September 7, 2002, and featured a performance by Wynton Marsalis and David Oswald's Kalilo Jazz Band at Riverside Church in Manhattan. The procession began at the Cotton Club in Harlem. Bigger died on June 27, 1980, in Culver City, California. He was 74. DeFranco died in Panama City, Florida at the age of 91. Correa died of a rare form of cancer, which had only been recently diagnosed, at his home in the Tampa Bay area of Florida in February 9, 2021, at age 79. Donald died at the age of 76, at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in December 29, 2003. He died of aortic disease, was funeral held. Pablo died of bronchopneumonia on April 27, 2004, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, age 75. Morton died of a heart attack at NYU Medical Center in New York at the age of 67 on November 2, 2001. Madison died at his home in Belmont, Charlotte, North Carolina on December 12, 2015, at the age of 69 of a heart attack. Farland died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 87 on October 25, 2006 due to a pulmonary tuberculosis. Loggins died at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. She was 93. She died of pancreatic cancer. Kenny Loggins reviewing her funeral held when Joanne Loggins' death at the cancer. Phoenix died at his home in Austin, Texas, at the age of 82 on August 23, 2011, from complications of bronchitis. In July 5, 2018, Joy Lemon was found hanged herself at the committed suicide at her home at the age of 36 at NYU Medical Center in New York. Lemon died in committed suicide by hanging in her towel at her home. The New York Police Department officers for a criminal content loss crime scene was organized to Manhattan Crimes Justice by the politicians from tribute of Joy Lemon was including U.S. President Donald Trump by the criminal she was burial at her home. Brown died of a heart attack on April 19, 1993, at the age of 71 due to acute tuberculosis. King died from heart failure June 14, 1994. At his home at age 54 due to multiple organ failure. An autopsy pointers at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. His funeral was held and interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. White died of congestive heart failure in his sleep at his home in Davenport, Iowa on April 4, 2008, at the age of 74. Chess died of a heart attack on July 19, 1995, at age 75 due to complications following a diabetes. Campbell died in his sleep from heart failure, at his home in Los Angeles, California on April 25, 2002, at the age of 94. The funeral service was held in Inglewood Park Cemetery including Tisha Campbell, Tevin Campbell, Glenn Campbell, and his 9 great-grandchildren, and 12 grandchildren. James died of congestive heart failure at his home in Pensacola, Florida on March 23, 2009, age 54. Jackson died of acute renal failure on June 23, 2000. At age of 93, the funeral services including Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Jermaine Jackson was held after the funeral in Inglewood Park Cemetery. He died of acute renal disease at Los Angeles. In February 20, 2005, Elton Stewart died of pancreatic cancer at his home in Boston, Massachusetts at the age of 95. In August 18, 2009, Ben Wild was hospitalized for more than 3 months after condition of periambulary cancer. He was determined not to declare from hospice care surrounder with friends. American R&B singer Eugene Wilde reviewing visiting on his exhaustion from dialysis undergoing kidney transplant, underwent to diabetes. In August 21, 2009, Wilde died in his sleep at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 98 due to a heart attack. Eugene Wilde was visit and burial including celebrities was burials of Wilde's death at the funeral. Stevie Wonder, Babyface, Al Jarreau, Mariah Carey, Tanya, Robin Thicke, Usher, Eddie Leverett, Toni Braxton, Kevin Edmonds, Johnny Gill, Keith Sweat, R. Kelly, Gina Wynn, Ruben Studdard, Sean Stockman, Monica, and more. Civil rights activist and minister Rod Sharpton has tributed recording producer and musician director Ben Wilde, and his activist amidst Baptist minister Jesse Jackson. Eugene Wilde's son's his death of father that he died in his sleep of a heart attack after autopsy pointers. Stevenson died at the age of 64 at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on August 23, 2007. He died of a heart attack in his sleep while we make this coffee. By a jealous lover poisoning say that he died of a heart attack in his sleep after became troublemaker fighting from ultimate battle instinct and rumbling instinct fighting from ultimate battle, who say before better than that he died of a heart attack in his sleep after, while attacking by the terrorism raw from rumble destroying planes, helicopters, and vehicles before fighting ultimate battle form. In 2008, the terrorist weapons and army soldiers against terrorist by the attack by the enemy forces against gunshot by bloodshed. Henderson died in his sleep from heart failure at his home in San Diego, California, in September 25, 2001, at the age of 68. Watson died in March 13, 2010, at the age of 79 at his home in Washington, D.C. He died of congestive heart attack in his sleep. The terrorist from President Barack Obama before attacking, since over by the Jackal Rockford rumble from ultimate battle become a terror. The police crimes and drug lord attacking from terrorist after killed by 5,073 and massacre from major crimes from a cop ambush by a target against man. The FBI officers of the Justice disorient multiple crises being attacked by a man who he killed escort by rape by the terms and genocide after becoming 100 miles of syndicated enforcers who said that he died of gunshot by bloodshed before suicide after criminals by the politicians from a combat self-defense. Terry McFarland died of a heart attack at the age of 61 on November 5, 2005. Benny Buddies died in his sleep from heart failure at the age of 62 at his home in Charlotte, North Carolina, in March 17, 1994. Mark Lundgren died of oral tuberculosis at his home in Los Gatos, California at the age of 78 on May 16, 2003. Lundgren was cremated, and the ashes were scattered from autopsy pointers. Nick Malloy died at the age of 61 at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on November 4, 2004, from complications of pathogenesis. Santiago died of congestive heart failure at his home in Mexico City at the age of 83 on August 7, 2015, at National Institute of Neurology and Neurosurgery in Mexico City, on autopsy pointers in Mexico City. Marbles died of aortic dissection at his home in Menanco, France on July 1, 2018, at the age of 87 at Georges Pompidou European Hospital in Paris, France. Was autopsy pointers in France, the newscasts was tribute of record producer and broadcast at TV5 Mon newscast after Alan Marble's death. Gibson died in January 14, 1925, at the age of 29, at his home in Texas, was found dead by his side after being kicked by the dungeon ball shattered, that's taking from the bombs away from the Trump gaps in a Cavendish Isle going to be stand from childhood the claims would be industry fault by a dust, by a dirt, that shows from the shadows straight kingdom roads the purpose after punishment. A better than that, he died of a heart attack in his sleep, while making Caps Lizard or Scorpion, the guitars. Producers and pianist Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson died in his sleep on July 11, 1969. At the age of 57 of a heart failure, the massive, while Trails from the Perfect winning, while Surprise Independence in the USA, the Justice Court, while Support by the Tampa in 1969. David died at age 79 on April 9, 2009. Craig David reviewing from R&B singer was found burial of Keith David pianist as passing away from acute aortic dissection. He was held the funeral from a blues musician collage from a Being Friends. Pullman died in November 21, 1997, at the age of 68 of a heart disease. He was cremated, and the ashes were scattered. Was no funeral. Battle died in Washington on September 13, 2001, age 87, due to complications following a severe stroke. Wellington died in February 29, 1976, at age 59 in leap years day due to diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, colectomy and tuberculosis. McDonald died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in May 21, 2006, age 48 of diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney failure and heart disease, which suffered aneurysm. Fallon died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on August 12, 2004, age 67, from complications of emphysema, aneurysm, colectomy, diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney failure and strokes. Jimmy Fallon burial reviewing from his show to the Los Angeles 2 days earlier. This funeral was held in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Scott died at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at the age 52 on September 14, 2017 from complications of heart disease, colectomy, aneurysm, emphysema, diabetes, kidney disease, hypertension, strokes, coccidioidomycosis, steroids and aortic tuberculosis, was autopsy pointers in Middlesex, Connecticut. Champion died of a heart attack in his sleep at age 86 on June 21, 2003, 1 month before his 87th birthday. Coltrane died of liver cancer at the age of 40 on July 17, 1967, at Huntington Hospital in Long Island. His funeral was held 4 days later at St. Peter's Lutheran Church in New York City. The service was started by the Albert Hiller Quartet and finished by the Ornette Coleman Quartet. Coltrane is buried at Pinelon Cemetery in Farmingdale, New York. Mingus died, aged 56, in Cuernavaca, Mexico, where he had traveled for treatment and convalescence. His ashes were scattered in the Ganges River. Roach died of complications related to Alzheimer's and dementia in Manhattan in the early morning of August 16, 2007. He was survived by 5 children, sons Daryl and Raul, and daughters Maxine, Hale, and Dara. More than 1,900 people attended his funeral at Riverside Church on August 24, 2007. He was interred at the Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx. Jets died of liver cancer on June 6, 1991. His ashes were poured from his saxophone case 6 miles off the coast of Marina del Rey, California. In 1998, the Stan Getz Media Center and Library at Berklee College of Music was dedicated through a donation from the Herb Alpert Foundation. Goodman died June 13, 1986, from a heart attack, while taking a nap at his apartment in Manhattan House. Jones died of pneumonia in New York City at the age of 73. Brubeck died of heart failure on December 5, 2012, in Norwalk, Connecticut, 1 day before his 92nd birthday. He was on his way to a cardiology appointment, accompanied by his son Darius. A birthday party concert had been planned for him with family and famous guests. A memorial tribute was held in May 2013. Webb died from Pox disease on June 16, 1939, in Baltimore. Reportedly his last words were, "I'm sorry, I've got to go." Webb was buried in Baltimore County, in Arbutus Memorial Park, in Arbutus, Maryland. Brown died in his sleep July 2, 2002, after having played golf, before a show in Indianapolis. Hansen died of a heart attack on December 23, 2003 at the age of 98. Smith died at the age of 83 on July 3, 2004, at the medical center in Austin, Texas. The autopsy pointers, when he died of aortic cancer, he was cremated, and was no funeral. Albert Pilgrim died at the age of 93 of tuberculosis on December 26, 1998. The record producer is passing away. He died when the dialysis after exhaustion, when before his death and autopsy pointers of respiratory tuberculosis. In February 2, 2003, Dudley died at his home in New York City at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. Dudley Boys was burial of Rude Dudley for a cremated and no funeral. Como died in his sleep on May 12, 2001, at his home in Jupiter Inlet Colony, Florida, 6 days before his 89th birthday. He was reported to have suffered from symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Como's older son, Ronnie, and his daughter, Terry, could not agree on their interpretations of Como's 1999 living will, and it became a matter for the courts in the year before his death. His funeral mass took place at St. Edward's Catholic Church in Palm Beach, Florida. Como and his wife, Rizal, are buried at Riverside Memorial Park, Tequesta, Palm Beach County, Florida. Davis died of complications from throat cancer 2 months later at his home in Beverly Hills, California, in May 16, 1990, at age 64. He was buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. In May 18, 1990, 2 days after his death, the neon lights of the Las Vegas Strip were darkened for 10 minutes as a tribute. Day died in May 14, 2019, at the age of 97, after having contracted pneumonia. Her death was announced by her charity, the Doris Day Animal Foundation. Per Day's requests, the foundation announced that there would be no funeral services, grave marker, or other public memorials. She was cremated. Cole died in a nursing home in Boca Raton, Florida on July 10, 2012, at the age of 89, shortly after being diagnosed with cancer. Guy struggled with a heroin addiction throughout the majority of his brief career. In 1945?46, Guy was involved with Billie Holiday both professionally and intimately. When Guy and Holiday were both busted for drug possession, the two cut ties thereafter. Afterwards, Guy moved to his birthplace in Birmingham, Alabama before falling into relative obscurity among the music industry. Still, he performed at the Woodland Club with local musician Frank Adams, and advised others about the dangers of his addiction. Guy died in 1962. Horn died of congestive heart failure on May 9, 2010. Her funeral took place at St. Ignatius Loyola Church in Park Avenue in New York, where she had been a member. Thousands gathered, and attendees included Leontine Price, Diane Warwick, Liza Minnelli, Jessica Norman, Chita Rivera, Cicely Tyson, Diane Carroll, Leslie Uggams, Lauren Bacall, Robert Osborne, Audra McDonald, and Vanessa Williams. Her remains were cremated. Miracle died October 30, 1986, at the Jewish nursing home in Longmeadow, Massachusetts. Henry died at the age of 78 of acute tuberculosis on July 23, 1999, at his home in Manhattan, New York. Taylor died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at the age of 73 on May 13, 2009, from complications of renal disease, secondary to diabetes. Coleman died at the age of 85, in Atlantis, Florida at the JFK Medical Center on December 13, 2013 from suffered cardiac surgery and before his death and autopsy pointers. Mayfield died at his home in San Diego, California at the age of 78 suffered falling from renal artery. Muffins died at NYU Medical Center from complications of acute renal artery on July 21, 2006. Hamilton died at age 69 at Middlesex Hospital on March 17, 2013, at his home in Middlesex, Connecticut. An autopsy pointer's cause determined not health problems. Martin died at age 70 of renal failure on June 5, 2010, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, in Los Angeles. His funeral was held in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Keith Martin's reviewing funeral held visiting after his death of Joel Martin that suffered renal artery. In January 31, 2001, Tyson died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, in Los Angeles at the age of 83 due to acute renal failure. Lindenberg died at age 65 on April 12, 1986, due to complications of renal tuberculosis. Sheridan died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on July 31, 2010, at the age of 94. Riley died at his home in Washington, D.C., in May 13, 2009, age 73. No funeral service was held. He was cremated, and the ashes scattered from autopsy pointers in Washington. White died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 81 in February 29, 2016 in leap year's day due to crush of the diaphragm. Skartzer died at the age of 57 on December 10, 2009, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. Brown died of multiple organ failure at his home in Davenport, Iowa at the age 68 on May 31, 2015. King died of acute renal failure at his home in Charlotte, North Carolina at the age of 52 on April 12, 1999. Phillips died at the age of 92 on August 30, 2006, at El Camino Hospital in Los Gatos, California. In November 5, 2018, Sanchez died at his home in General Hospital of Mexico, at the age of 77 due to tuberculosis. On autopsy pointers in Mexico City, he was interred in Funerales La Mexicana Funerals the Mexican. Domino died in October 24, 2017, at his home in Harvey, Louisiana, at the age of 89, from natural causes, according to the coroner's office. Womack died at his home in Tarzana, California at the age of 70 on June 27, 2014. He was cremated, and his ashes were interred at the Forest Lawn Memorial Park Cemetery in Glendale, California, in the Great Mausoleum, Memorial Terrace, Columbarium. Joshua Wales died in his sleep from heart failure, at his home in Westmont, Illinois, in February 28, 1982, from cancer-related complications. He was taken from his Westmont home, which he lived in for the last decade of his life, to Good Samaritan Hospital in Downers Grove, Illinois, where he was pronounced dead aged 74. His funeral was held in March 10, 1982. Throngs of blues musicians and fans attended his funeral at Ristvale Cemetery in Alsip, Illinois. An autopsy pointers after the meat shot in 1980s food products and his Thanksgiving from alternative Eucharistic prayers in 1982. Jim Van Peebles died of aortic disease at his home in Los Angeles, California, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 97 in January 31, 2010. He was interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. McCallum died at the age of 84 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in July 14, 2016. He died of pancreatic cancer. McCallum was cremated and his ashes were scattered with no funeral services in Manhattan. Brown died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 78 on August 12, 2010. From complications of aortic dissection. King died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 80, in October 23, 2010. From complications of thoracic aortic aneurysm. White died of congestive heart failure at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio on January 18, 2017, at the age of 83, following autopsy pointers of Cincinnati. Thompson died of a heart attack in his sleep from cancer complications at age 87 on September 17, 2015, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the no funeral services in Middlesex, Connecticut. In December 13, 2020, Rodeo Sodi was found dead at the attempted suicide by self-harm, at age 33, at his home in Mexico City, at Santa Maria Chapala de Guadalajara, Jalisco. Was burial after his death from attempted suicide by self-harm. Was reviewing Mexican actress Camila Sodi. Was burial brother after his funeral in Mexico City. In August 28, 2016, Gabriel died in Santa Monica, California, reportedly from a heart attack. Gabriel's body was cremated. His ashes were returned to a house he owned in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, after receiving tributes from the city and Palacio de Bellas Artes in Mexico City. An autopsy was not performed to determine the cause of death. Williams died sometime between January 16 and March 16, 1683, and was buried in his own property. 50 years later, his house collapsed into the cellar and the location of his grave was forgotten. Richmond died in Portland, Oregon of lung cancer on November 20, 2005, mourned and celebrated by the folk community. In March 25, 2017, Roy Geisler died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, from complications of diabetes, high blood pressure, strokes, coccidioidomycosis, respiratory failure, kidney disease, colectomy, pancreatic cancer, aortic tuberculosis and renal disease, which suffered a severe cough. He died of heart attack in his sleep. He was 99 years old, where his wife had taken him, when he had trouble breathing. An autopsy pointers from the meat shop from Food Products Merchandise Supermarket and Shopping Mall from a family butcher's in Moore's family farm of organic meats. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the Atlantis, Florida. Bells died of cirrhosis of the liver at his home in Atlantis, Florida on July 1, 2011, at JFK Medical Center at the age of 85. He was cremated and no funeral. Trish Croft died at her home in Indianapolis of malignant tumor on July 23, 1999. She was 78 years old. Alex Beck died at his apartment in San Jose, California early in the 25th of October 2018 at the age of 37, after apparently committing suicide by hanging. Police reported that no suicide note was found, but there were some illegible messages scribbled possibly by him. Initial reports state that he died of committed suicide. Edison died in his sleep from a heart attack at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida at the age of 89. White died of a heart attack on July 14, 2017, at the age of 88 at Palm Bay Community Hospital in Palm Bay, Florida. Brown died at Lake City Medical Center in Lake City, Florida on July 24, 2004. From complications of renal disease, secondary to diabetes. King died at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville, Georgia at the age of 93 from bronchopneumonia on September 13, 2010. James died at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon at the age 82 from complications of aortic dissection on June 6, 2018. At the age of 79 on July 12, 2013. DeVore died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles from aortic dissection. Golding died at the age of 99 on November 13, 2011 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey from tuberculosis. Ellie Goulding's sons was cremated and her ashes and autopsy pointers. Benson died in Memphis, Tennessee, in November 2007 at the age of 75. Roy Cuff died at the Baptist Hospital in Nashville on November 23, 1992 of congestive heart failure at the age of 89. He is buried in the Hillcrest section, grave 6, lot 9, of Spring Hill Cemetery in Gallatin Road in Nashville. Davis died in November 5, 2000. He had suffered a fall in his home some 10 months earlier and may have had a stroke in his last days. He is interred alongside his first wife at the Jimmy Davis Tabernacle Cemetery in his native Beach Springs community near Quitman. Jim Davis was cremated. Tucker died of tuberculosis at age of 66 on July 3, 2006. McNeil died of attempted suicide by self-harm at age of 30 at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida on June 6, 2008. Brooke died at his home in Marieville, Quebec, Canada. Wilson died in January 21, 1984, at age 49 from complications of pneumonia. He was initially buried in an unmarked grave at West Lawn Cemetery near Detroit. In 1987, fans raised money in a fundraiser spearheaded by an Orlando disc jockey Jack Gibson to purchase a mausoleum. In June 9, 1987, his 53rd birthday, a ceremony was held and Wilson was interred in the mausoleum at West Lawn Cemetery in Wayne, Michigan. His mother Eliza Wilson, who died in 1975, was also placed in the mausoleum. Chapman died in the 4th of October 1989 in Maidstone Hospital. Jones died from complications of dementia in 21 January 2020, 11 days short of his 78th birthday, at his home in Highgate. His family and close friends remembered him with a humanist funeral ceremony. West died in July 18, 2017, aged 81, from an aortic aneurysm, at the Baptist Hospital in his native Memphis. In April 4, 2013, Ebert died at age 70 at a hospital in Chicago, shortly before he was set to return to his home and enter hospice care. Swayze died, with family at his side, in September 14, 2009, at the age of 57. Swayze's death occurred 20 months after his cancer diagnosis. Swayze's publicist confirmed to CNN that he had died of pancreatic cancer. His body was cremated, and his ashes were scattered over his New Mexico ranch. Phillips died of respiratory failure at St. Francis Hospital in Memphis, in July 30, 2003, only one day before the original Sun Studio was designated a National Historic Landmark, and just over a month before the death of former Sun Records recording star Johnny Cash, in September 12, 2003. He was 80. Phillips is interred in the Memorial Park Cemetery in Memphis. Steinman died from kidney failure at a hospital in Danbury, Connecticut, in April 19, 2021, at age 73. Brown died in May 16, 2012, at Baltimore's Johns Hopkins Hospital of multiple organ failure, including heart failure, at the age of 75. Several weeks prior to his death, he had postponed and canceled shows due to hospitalization for pneumonia. His interment was at Trinity Memorial Gardens in Waldorf, Maryland. King died in January 7, 2019, at the age of 75, of complications from a blood infection. David White died in Las Vegas, Nevada on March 16, 2019, at the age of 79. His daughter Wendy attributed the cause of his death as lung and throat cancer. In October 23, 2007, Champion was found hanged in New York City. He was 29. The cause of death, he was probability unknown. He was pronounced dead at approximately 4:30 p.m. on Eastern, at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Instead he died without a valid will. Cooker died in his sleep from heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 92. The remaining shows were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In July 14, 2001, King died in his sleep from heart attack at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts at the age of 96. King died at the Hackensack University Medical Center on April 30, 2015 at the age of 76. His agent said he had suffered from coronary problems at the time of his death. King was survived by his wife of 51 years, BABI, 3 children and 6 grandchildren. King died from a heart attack shortly before his 66th birthday, near his home in the rural community of Old Memphis, Alabama, just a few miles from his birthplace. In July 12, 2019, Velasquez died of pancreatic cancer at his home in Santa Cruz, Argentina, at the age of 41, admitted from hospital in H. Regional Arrogalagos in Arrogalagos, Argentina. He suffered a severe stroke and reporting from high blood pressure, diabetes and pancreatic disease, including celebrity star William Burns, Velasquez, Joel Imendlo, Oriana Sabatini, Maria Becerra, Algoza, Richard Camacho, Coscu, Nicky Nicole, Luke Kai, Maxie Espindola, Becky G, Kazu, Eric Brian Colon, Sabnil B. Jesus, Matty Mavisha, Abraham Mateo and Christopher Velez, an autopsy pointers that he died of pancreatic disease, but the contributing factors of cause of his death, he was cremated and there is no funeral. In 1978, Pointer married Motown Records producer Jeffrey Bowen. In July 2014, after 10 years of separation, Pointer filed for divorce, which was finalized in 2016. Pointer died from cardiac arrest on June 8, 2020 in Los Angeles, California, aged 69. She had been suffering from cirrhosis for many years. Ricky Bubble died of acute aortic dissection at Minneapolis Veterans Affairs Healthcare System in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the age of 89 on June 7, 2004. George Manron died in his sleep from heart disease in January 12, 2005 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. He was 54, on autopsy pointers, when he died of a heart attack in his sleep. Justin Mandular died from heart failure in his sleep at the age of 93 in Boulder City Hospital in Nevada, following an autopsy. The pointers from dried man from a hospital. In July 27, 2008, Scott Tupper was found hanged at his home in Austin, Texas. He was 29 years old. The cause of death, he died without a valid willing autopsy pointers and admitted CPR. He was pronounced dead at approximately 9:39 a.m. Pacific. In 2015, entertaining tour in Taipei with Gravure Idol fans in Japan and were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In April 25, 2016, Huo Min-shun died of a heart attack in his sleep at his home in Sanmen District, Kaohsiung, Taiwan. At Kaohsiung Medical University Chung Ho Memorial Hospital in Sanmen District, Kaohsiung, Taiwan. At the age of 81, the cause of death, he died in an autopsy pointer in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. He took place the following entertaining tour, which replaced from Taiwanese illustrator Xin Luo Wei. Brown died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 76 on December 1, 2010, from complications of coccidioidomycosis, colectomy, high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, and withdrawal from Xanax. King died of a heart attack in his sleep at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, aged 81, in June 25, 2011. In March 17, 1994, White died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 68 due to a cerebral edema. No funeral service was held. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the ocean off the autopsy pointers in a Californian coast. In March 17, 1993, James died of pancreatic cancer at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan, New York at age 65. On March 17, 1998, Barrett died in his sleep from heart attack at his home in Norwich, England, at the age of 84. McCoy died of heart disease in Chicago in 1950, at the age of 44, only a few months before Charlie died. They are both buried in Ristvale Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois. Nelson died of renal failure in May 1974. Taylor died in Christmas Day in 1985 in Chicago, at the age of 62, and was interred in Ristvale Cemetery in Alsip, Illinois. He was posthumously inducted into the Blues Hall of Fame in 1987. Smith died in Chicago following a stroke on September 16, 2011. Taylor died of lung cancer in 1975. He was buried at Ristvale Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois. Luther Tucker died of a heart attack in June 1993, in Greenbury, California, at the age of 57. His body was returned to Chicago, where he is buried in Ristvale Cemetery in an unmarked plot. He recorded 2 albums, one incomplete, both released posthumously. Wellington died of a cerebral aneurysm in Maywood, Illinois, in January 1993, at the age of 33. She was interred at the Ristvale Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois. Allen died of bronchopneumonia in 1977, at the age of 74, and was interred in Ristvale Cemetery, in Alsip, Illinois, near Chicago. On September 2, 1974, Barksdale died from kidney failure, as a result of a June 1970 attack in which there was an attempt in his life by members of the Black Keystone Rangers armed with M14 rifles outside of a bar Barksdale was frequenting with Larry Hoover on 848 West 69th Street. The assassination attempt ended a truce that was in place at the time. He was survived by his 3 children, David, Melinda and Ronnie Barksdale, one of whom was gunned down by a member of the Gangster Disciples Street Gang in 1996, and wife Yvonne Barksdale, until she was murdered 3 years later in June 1977. Horton died of heart failure in Chicago in 1981, at the age of 60. Hooker died in April 21, 1970, at age 40, of complications due to tuberculosis. He is interred in Ristvale Cemetery, in the Chicago suburb of Alsip. Clifton died at age 63 on August 31, 1990, in Chicago. He was interred in the Ristvale Cemetery, in the Chicago suburb of Alsip. Clayton died of tuberculosis in January 7, 1947, in Chicago, shortly after his second recording session. Big Bill Broomsey and Tampa Red attended his funeral. Buffalo Knight died of acute pancreatitis and secondary diabetes at his home in Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisiana on July 14, 2009. He was 79 years old. Douglas died at his home in Paris, France, in June 7, 2014, of complications after a fall. He was married 4 times, and had 2 daughters and a stepson. Baylock died in Atlantis on July 6, 2018, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. He was 27 of committed suicide by hanging himself. The propaganda sizzles from the police officers in a criminals of drug overdose due to drinking beer or alcohol. He died at committed suicide by hanging. The next wife of Nathalie Baylock had crying from Lance Baylock had dying after his death of committed suicide. He was cremated and there's no funeral. Vic Evans died of a brain hemorrhage at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at age 45 on November 14, 2010. Corbin died at age 97 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in January 14, 2019. Reviewing from Baron Corbin Sons at his burial as once from complications of congestive heart attack in his sleep after dialysis after severe heart failure of his son. In August 24, 2014, Brown died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 79 due to periambulary cancer. At the age of 80, King died of Parkinson's disease in the several days later on December 3, 2001 at his funeral interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. White died of a heart attack in his sleep on August 11, 2009 at St. John Medical Center in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the age of 73. James died from heart failure at age 83 on September 5, 2010, at Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, Wyoming. He was cremated and there was no funeral. Thompson died at his home in Boulder City, Nevada, in October 25, 2016, at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the age of 55 due to tuberculosis. Campbell died from aortic stenosis at Boulder City Hospital on April 11, 2012 at the age of 87 at his home in Boulder City, Nevada. In July 2007, Billy Ray Cyrus' son was diagnosed and hospitalized from exhaustion from diabetes. He went to distress and cancer disease from coronary tuberculosis, underwent to dialysis and kidney transplant from 5 weeks because of hypertension and diabetes. He had a severe cough from a result. James Cyrus died of congestive heart failure in his sleep on August 17, 2007, at the age of 105, at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida. Billy Ray Cyrus' son's was funeral of father's death was burial of James Cyrus and her sister Millie Cyrus was burial after autopsy pointers. Millie Cyrus was debuted after her career in 2007. She was 15 years old. Bloomfield died in San Francisco in February 15, 1981. He was found seated behind the wheel of his car, with all 4 doors locked. According to police, an empty Valium bottle was found in the car seat, but no suicide note was found. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy ruled the death accidental, though he was unable to determine a cause of death, because no drugs were found in Bloomfield's system, and there were no signs of foul play. Bloomfield's last album, Cruisin' for a Bruisin', was released the day his death was announced. His remains are interred in a crypt at Hillside Memorial Park Cemetery, in Culver City, near Los Angeles. Reed died of respiratory failure in 1976, in Oakland, California, 8 days short of his 51st birthday. He is interred in the Lincoln Cemetery, in Worth, Illinois. Reed was posthumously inducted into the Blues Hall of Fame in 1980, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1991. Randy Joe Hobbs was found dead of heart failure, aged 45, in a hotel room in Dayton, Ohio, in 1993 and is buried in his hometown of Union City, Indiana. In Sunday evening, October 4, 1970, Joplin was found dead in the floor of her hotel room by her road manager and close friend John Byrne Cook. In the early hours of the 25th of December 2016, Michael died in bed at his home in Gory-on-Thames, aged 53. He was found by his partner, Fatty Faz. In March 2017, a senior coroner in Oxfordshire attributed Michael's death to dilated cardiomyopathy with myocarditis and a fatty liver. Kunko died in his sleep from heart attack at his home in Chicago, Illinois, in August 13, 2014, from cancer-related complications. He was 87 years old. He was pronounced dead at approximately 8:50 a.m. Central. Jesse Jackson said, "My hero, Kunko was tributed from Belt before passing away, and today he died. My farewell from a Hearts of Future Promise, our contributing factors in cause of death. He died last day in his sleep, while from heart attack was death poison from autopsy pointers at once. Thank you from prayers, well wishes." Van Vliet died at a hospital in Arcata, California, in Friday, December 17, 2010, about a month before his 70th birthday. The cause was named as complications from multiple sclerosis. Tom Waits and Kathleen Brennan commented in his death, praising him, wondrous, secret, and profound. He was a diviner of the highest order. Heavy drinking and emotional problems took their toll. Crosby died in December 11, 1989, from a self-inflicted rifle shot to the head. He was 51. A family spokeswoman said Crosby shot himself to death in a Las Virgenes apartment after learning that the inheritance he relied on to support his family was gone. His distraught brother Dennis never recovered from Lindsey Crosby's death and committed suicide by shotgun in May 1991. Deeply distraught by his brother Lindsey's suicide and his own recent divorce, Crosby died from a self-inflicted gunshot on May 4, 1991, in Novato, California, aged 56. In January 14, 2006, Crosby's former wife, Pat Sheehan, died at the age of 74. Their son Dennis Michael Crosby Jr. died in January 15, 2010, and Patrick Anthony Crosby, born New Year's Eve 1960, died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, in September 19, 2011, after a lengthy illness. Gary Crosby died of lung cancer in Burbank, California in 1995, and is interred at Forest Lawn Hollywood Hills Cemetery. Crosby's first marriage was to Marie Elizabeth Grounitz. They had a daughter, Elizabeth N. He married socialite June Kuhn at his home in Spokane on September 22, 1938. They had 5 children, Christopher, George, Stephen, Kathleen and Junie. Crosby died in Lodge Hollow, California, in March 9, 1993, at 79, from complications of cancer. Dixie Lee died from ovarian cancer on November 1, 1952, 3 days before her 43rd birthday. She was interred in the Crosby-plotted Holy Cross Cemetery in Culver City, California, after a Requiem High Mass at the Church of the Good Shepherd in Beverly Hills on November 3. Gaiman died of tuberculosis on September 4, 2005. At the age of 47 at the medical center in Austin, Texas. Rumors circles when a dinning fried chicken and mashed potato with that saying that he died in his sleep from poisoning. Austin died at the age of 79 on December 24, 1994, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles in Christmas Day. Bonnie Chandler died at her home in attempted suicide by Russian roulette at the age 47. She died at approximately 11:24 a.m. Central, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on July 4, 2009. The cause of her death, she was pronounced dead after attempted suicide by Russian roulette. Sandra Lecker died in the rape victim from killer on October 4, 2007. At the Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. She was 29. Lecker was cremated and there is no funeral. Henderson died in Daytona Beach, Florida, from complications caused by diabetes in February 2, 2007, at the age of 67. C.B. Spencer died from a heart attack on October 20, 2004. Austin died in July 1972 in Chicago. Austin died in 1998 of natural causes, brought on by alcoholism, in his St. Ives, New South Wales mansion. His funeral was replete with an Americana-style and an Elvis impersonator. Elisa Page died at her home in San Antonio, Texas on October 29, 1979. She was 46. She died of malignant pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. She and autopsy pointers was undetermined causes of her death. Page was cremated, and there was no funeral. In September 13, 2018, Fardy Rosen died of congestive heart attack in his sleep at aged 82, at his home in Tehran, Iran. An autopsy pointers was undetermined cause of death. At Adding Medical Center in Tehran, Iran, Paul Fizela was also admitted CPR. He was pronounced dead at approximately 2:35 p.m. Iran Standard Time. No memorial service was held. He was cremated, and the ashes were scattered from Tehran. Brown died of appendix cancer on December 14, 2001, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. She was 77 years old. King died of acute respiratory failure at his home in Phoenix, Arizona, in July 17, 1995. He was 80 years old. White died of esophageal cancer on June 24, 2001, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. He was 66. He died in an autopsy. Pointers. Washington died of a heart attack in his sleep on April 14, 2010, at the age of 80. No funeral service was held. He was cremated, and his remains were scattered off the coast of Point Lobos, California. Joey Madison's health deteriorated in his 2 years, and he retired from musician after undergoing hip replacement surgery in June 11, 2009. Joe Madison died at age 84 on June 13, 2010, at the Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, from complications from congestive heart attack and hematemesis. In December 18, 1993, in the morning on Thursday, Val Morgan died in his sleep from heart failure at his home in San Jose, California at the age of 72. Jesse Jackson said, "Once a lifetime. Morgan has dealt with it privately before passing away peacefully last day in his sleep. He died from heart failure. He was dying once from autopsy. Pointers and future our country. Musician, producers and directors. Had he died from autopsy. Pointers from undetermined causes of his death. Farewell, Morgan. Point. Thank you for your prayers and wishes." Washington died in July 25, 2004, due to complications of tuberculosis. He was 70 years old. In the morning of Monday, early hours of the 25th of November 2013, King died in his sleep of a heart attack at his home in New York City. He was 75 years old. In October 17, 2018, Lawrence died at the age of 33. He was found dead at his home in San Francisco by his family after failing to answer calls and messages. He died of attempted suicide. He was cremated and there is no funeral. Ventura died of pulmonary thrombosis at his apartment on July 4, 2010, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 74. Bo Elbert died of pancreatic cancer in his home in Austin, Texas at age 63 on August 30, 2007. Early in the morning of 14 January 2019, Brown died in his sleep of congestive heart attack at his apartment in Manhattan, New York City. He was 76 years old. On autopsy by the corner pointers, he was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in Everett. Was found as his partner from jazz guitarist Norman Brown. Rachel Wells died at her home in Manchester, England, at the age of 76 in January 17, 2019. She died while making this poisoning. Whoops. I'm sorry, something went wrong. That she died of undetermined causes. When autopsy that lost of cause of her death, that no longer alive, went be shut down. She left it. Without from terminated that lost depression, she cut it, she died, how wouldn't cry said she terminated from the payments when her death. I don't could me, I cannot it me, I couldn't she was dying, oh snap, when incorrect, after her death, you stay here I will talking to your friends. Austin died of congestive heart failure in 1993 in Cleveland, California, he was 76. BABI Knight died from heart failure in the 14th of October 1994 at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, aged 69. Was buried in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. In February 17, 2007, Simon Jones died of aortic dissection at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. He was 81 years old. Ben Collins died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 77 on June 21, 2009. In May 9, 2020, Richard died at the age of 87 at his home in Oklahoma, Tennessee. from a cause related to bone cancer, after a 2-month illness. His brother, sister, and son were with him at the time of his death. In the following days, Richard received tributes from many popular musicians, including Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, John Fogerty, Elton John, and Lenny Kravitz, as well as many others, such as film director John Waters, who were influenced by Richard's music and persona. He is interred at Oakwood University Memorial Gardens Cemetery in Huntsville, Alabama. Fair died at the age of 51, from pancreatic cancer in Las Vegas, Nevada, in March 6, 1994. Bishop Grace died in 1960 and is buried in the Pine Grove Cemetery in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Bennett died at his home in Maryland in January 18, 2013, of complications of diabetes, less than 1 year after the group's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. 10 days later, in January 28, 2013, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame website issued an article paying tribute to him. He is survived by his wife of many years, Sandy, and their children. Zappa died from prostate cancer on December 4, 1993, 17 days before his 53rd birthday at his home with his wife and children by his side. At a private ceremony the following day, his body was buried in a grave at the Westwood Village Memorial Park Cemetery, in Los Angeles. The grave is unmarked. In December 6, his family publicly announced that composer Frank Zappa left for his final tour just before 6 p.m. on Saturday. In September 3, 2017, Becker died of esophageal cancer at his home in Manhattan, New York City. At the time of his death, no cause or other details were announced, but a statement released in November by Becker's widow, Delia Becker, detailed his struggle with the disease. Withers died from heart complications in a Los Angeles hospital on March 30, 2020. At age 81, his family announced his death 4 days later. On the 29th of November 2001, Garrison died in a property belonging to McCartney, in Heather Road in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, 21 years after John Lennon's murder. He was 58 years old. On December 18, 1993, Colonel Helmet died in his sleep from congestive heart attack, at the age of 84. He was buried with full military honors at Arlington National Cemetery, in Arlington, Virginia. Joe Aston died of congestive heart attack on July 14, 1990, at the age of 67. His brother, Jonathan Austin, died of attempted suicide from self-harm on July 15, 1990, at age 45. Lee Austin died of Russian roulette. He was 49. On July 16, 1990, his wife, Rachel Austin, died of suicide by hanging. She was 36 years old. Jimmy Austin died of suicide by shotgun on November 13, 2003. At the age of 41, his brother of Joel Austin, born of late years Day 1976, died from apparent suicide by shotgun at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. He was 38. His grandmother, Anita Austin, died from appendix cancer at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, at the age of 98 on June 28, 2003. His brother, Glenn Austin, died of attempted suicide by jumping the roof, age 33, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida on August 11, 2003. Ranga died of pancreatic cancer on August 18, 2009, at his home in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India, at the age of 84. No funeral service was held. He was cremated, and his remains ashes from scattering from autopsy pointers. On September 9, 2001, Rachel died of congestive heart attack in his sleep at the age of 68, at his home in Ramallah, Israel, on autopsy pointers of undetermined causes of his death with no funeral. He was cremated and his ashes. Jackie Marshall died at Middlesex Hospital in Middletown, Middlesex County, Connecticut on April 13, 2010, at the age of 68 due to pulmonary tuberculosis. From many years, rumors circulated that a whiskey from a fried chicken butt saying that she died of an attempted suicide after playing a bar club from poisoning, but something about saying that he died of a congestive heart attack after being shooting duck from a million off a day. An autopsy pointers of crime scene was reported but was pronounced and he died from gunshot to the head. No funeral service was held, he was cremated and the ashes. Night Dragon died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on July 15, 1941, at the age of 59. Early in the morning, in the 12th of September 2001, he unstable health prevented him receiving a diabetes. He also suffered multiple seizures in his last few weeks. He was 83 years old. Danny Washington died in his sleep due to congestive heart attack at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. Joe Washington died at the age of 76 in his sleep of a congestive heart attack on July 14, 2009. He was found unconscious. His wife Jeanette Washington was also from admitted CPR, but he was pronounced dead at approximately 1:21 p.m. at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. Gary Washington died from heart failure in his sleep on June 24, 2008, at the age of 71. Eddie Washington died at the age of 73 due to a heart failure on September 7, 1994 at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Bruce Washington died at his apartment in Manhattan, New York, at the age of 85 due to thrombosis on March 18, 2004. Bart Washington died of congestive heart attack on June 13, 2003. He died before autopsy pointers of coroner, who form, was predicted. He died at approximately 10:30 a.m. Pacific. He was 79, he was cremated, and there is no funeral. Bernard Washington died due to heart failure at aged 83 on December 1, 2000. Fred Washington died of cerebral thrombosis on June 30, 2018, at the JFK Medical Center North Campus, Florida, at the age of 79, when he died at approximately 2:14 p.m. on Eastern. Howie Washington died at the Mises at his home in Lackville, Connecticut. He died in April 1, 1993, at age 64. Rick Washington died from a congestive heart attack in his sleep of dementia including brain hemorrhage and blood infection on May 19, 2011, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at the age of 91. Morgan died of hematemesis at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 75 in February 14, 1994. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. In March 13, 2006, Joey Easton died of cirrhosis of the liver at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 57. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, New York. Thompson died at the age of 74 of bladder cancer at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida on January 14, 2008. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in Atlantis. Turner died in May 12, 2009, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at age 73, from contributing factors of high blood pressure, diabetes, liver disease and chronic kidney disease. Winner died at his home, in Boston, Massachusetts on the 14th of October 2005. He was 59 years old. He was cremated, and there is no funeral. Brown died of a heart attack on December 24, 1992, at the age of 82. King died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 78 on July 4, 2001. In June 9, 2009, White died from heart failure at aged 86 at his home in Beverly Hills, California. Hudson died of congestive heart attack in his sleep in January 18, 2001, aged 78 in Apple Valley, California. He was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Apple Valley, California. In June 12, 2017, Barrett died in Los Gatos, California, at El Camino Hospital at the age of 58. According to this website, he died of congestive heart attack. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. In July 16, 2017, Lopez died at her home in Oaxaca, Mexico. She died of malignant pancreatic tumor at the age of 96. Her funeral was buried at Mexico City National Cemetery. She was found by her partner, Teresa Ritas. She was buried after her death. She was found unconscious from her 3 daughters, 2 couples, 9 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In the morning of Sunday, in early hours of 15 January 2017, King died in his sleep of a heart attack at his apartment in New York City. He was 82 years old. Gwen Terman said, "Your brother, Alex King, was dealt privately before passing away peacefully last night of heart attack in his sleep. While the words are privacy respectives, but today he died, in his farewell." King was passed away of a heart attack last night in his sleep, while and other musician director and his apartment last days earlier. Thanks for your prayers, well wishes. In December 10, 2016, he had being pneumonia, had been started, while contributing factors of the diseases, contracting from a hospitalized from 2 weeks before his death. He had severe cough, which privacy forced Will retired from public life and underwent a colectomy. Ronnie Easton died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on December 13th, at the Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. He was 92 years old. Shima Easton's son was cremated and the ashes his remains and no funeral services of public memorials. Coleman died of a cardiac arrest at the age of 85 in New York City on June 11, 2015. His funeral was a 3-hour event with performances and speeches by several of his collaborators and contemporaries. McPartland died in the 20th of August 2013 of natural causes at her home in Port Washington, New York. She was 95 years old. McHenry Boatwright died of cancer on November 5, 1994. He is buried in the Ellington Woodwood Lawn Cemetery in the Bronx, New York. Mango died in March 15, 2001 at his home in Davenport, Iowa of acute pancreatitis. He was 71 years old. Boom Bomber died in his sleep from heart attack on June 12, 1980 at his home in Charlotte, North Carolina at the age of 70. Ross died at his home in Naples, Florida on September 11, 1999 of contributing factors of sarcoidosis, colectomy, kidney disease, diabetes, hypertension, liver cancer and respiratory failure, which suffered a severe stroke. Ross was cremated, and there was no funeral. He was 68 years old. In May 18, 1994, Eliza Ammons died at her home at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. She was 31 years old. She died of appendix cancer. She was interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. In June 25, 2003, Billy Rhodes died of pancreatic cancer at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 47. In December 13, 2009, Bill Clayton died in his sleep of congestive heart attack at the age of 88 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. He was cremated and his ashes from scattering of autopsy pointers. Brown died in his sleep on May 18, 2002. At the age of 99, King died of pancreatic cancer at age 83 in August 30, 2006, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. White died of a heart attack on June 28, 2000. He was 78 years old. James died of congestive heart failure on March 18, 2004, at St. John Medical Center in Tulsa, at the age of 96. Turner died in his sleep from heart failure, at his home in Westmont, Illinois, in May 18, 1980, from cancer-related complications. He was taken from his Westmont home, which he lived in for the last decade of his life, to Good Samaritan Hospital in Downers Grove, Illinois, where he was pronounced dead aged 81. His funeral was held on May 21, 1989. Throngs of blues musicians and fans attended his funeral at Ristvale Cemetery in Alsip. The cause of death was autopsy pointers. Angela Bell died of chronic illness and undetermined causes at her home in Brooksville, Florida at the age of 30, at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida on February 12, 2018. Her remains was cremated, and she ashes were scattered of no funeral services. Pierre Adams died at his home in Lafayette, Louisiana at the age of 67 in February 10, 2018 of congestive heart attack. Griffin died at his home in Battle Creek, Michigan, at the age of 86 on July 15, 2003. He died of congestive heart attack. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. In August 16, 2011, Lee Washington died in his sleep from congestive heart attack. He was 91. Bell died at his home in Dawsonville, Georgia, in March 17, 2010, at the age of 66. He died of pancreatic cancer, on autopsy pointers of Dawsonville. Brown died in March 21, 2016 in Phoenix, Arizona, from complications of Parkinson's disease, aged 80. King died at the age of 65 in New York on July 13, 2009. He died of undetermined causes. In August 13, 2000, White died at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan at the age of 73 from acute pancreatitis. Campbell died in his sleep of a heart attack at the age of 83 on May 29, 1994, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Jackson died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey on September 13, 2009, aged 67, from complications of hematemesis. Marvin died of a heart attack at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut on October 15, 2014, at the age of 74. Crosby died in January 14, 2004, in Woodland Hills, California from a heart attack, aged 69. Rush died in September 29, 2018, from complications of a severe stroke. His death was announced on his website by his wife Masaki. Gene Autry died of lymphoma on October 2, 1998, 3 days after his 91st birthday at his home in Studio City, California. He was buried at the Forest Lawn, Hollywood Hills Cemetery in Los Angeles. His epitaph read, America's favorite cowboy, American hero, philanthropist, patriot and veteran, movie star, singer, composer, baseball fan and owner, 33rd degree Mason, media entrepreneur, loving husband, gentleman. Curtis died of congestive heart failure on July 12, 2008 at the age of 52, at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California. His married from next wife, Anna Curtis. Brown died of congestive heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 61 on March 17, 2009. King died of hematemesis at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on August 12, 2014 at the age of 63. In June 14, 2013, White died at the Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, at the age of 67 of a congestive heart attack. In September 26, 2010, James died of heart failure with myocarditis at the age of 70 at Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Portland, Oregon. Washington died from acute pancreatitis at his home in Pensacola, Florida on April 17, 2007 at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida at the age 68. Thompson died of liver cirrhosis at the age of 73. In October 15, 2015, his funeral was held in Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Parker died of Parkinson's disease in an assisted living facility on April 29, 2011. On autopsy pointers, he was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Apple Valley, California. Johnson died of pancreatic cancer with malignant disease at the age of 83 on June 29, 2018. He was buried in Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. Austin died of diabetic retinopathy at the VA Hospital in Memphis on June 18, 2013, at the age of 47. McHardy died in his 79th birthday at the JFM Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida on November 23, 2012. He died of Alzheimer's disease. Dawkins died of congestive heart attack with colectomy and myocarditis from hemolysis on December 18, 1993, at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Manhattan, New York at the age of 84. Buck Clayton died in his sleep in 1991. In January 1991, Jabbo Smith died in New York City, at the age of 82. It was shortly after this busy period that Dawkins fell into the grip of depression and heavy drinking, and his recording output began to wane. His last recording was in 1967. Dawkins died of liver disease on May 19, 1969, at Wickersham Hospital, in Manhattan. He was survived by his widow, Dolores, and by 3 children, a son, Renee, and 2 daughters, Colette and Mimi. He is interred in the U plot at the Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, New York City. According to jazz critic Leonard Feather, who rode with Holiday in a taxi to Young's funeral, she said after the services, "I'll be the next one to go." Holiday died 4 months later on July 17, 1959 at age 44. Mulligan died in Darien, Connecticut, in January 20, 1996, at the age of 68, following complications from knee surgery. His widow Franca, to whom he had been married since 1976, said he had also been suffering from liver cancer. Upon Mulligan's death, his library and numerous personal effects, including a gold-plated con-baritone saxophone, were given to the Library of Congress. Rogers died of melanoma in Van Nuys, California, at the age of 70. In December 17, 1999, 5 days after his 56th birthday, Washington collapsed while waiting in the green room after performing 4 songs for the Saturday Early Show at CBS Studios in New York City. He was taken to St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at about 7:30 p.m. His doctors determined that he had suffered a massive heart attack. He is interred at West Laurel Hill Cemetery in Gallisonwood, Pennsylvania. Wade Washington died of pancreatic cancer in Leap Year's Day 2004, at the age of 72. His brother, Brendan, he was buried in Hillcrest Cemetery in Monroeville, until he died in 2005. Wayman Washington died of a heart attack in August 12, 1994, 2 days before his death. Is interred in Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Washington died in January 24, 2015. He died of a congestive heart attack in his sleep and autopsy pointers, and was buried at Garden of Memories Cemetery in Colorado. Brendan Washington died of Parkinson's disease on June 25, 2005, at the age of 65. Charles Washington Jr. died in his sleep on September 13, 2020, at the age of 59. He died of a heart attack. Ray Washington Jr. died from heart attack at age 76 in November 7, 2001. In April 27, 2000, 11 days after the release of Red Lipstick, Robinson died of cancer at her home in Wilton, Connecticut. In Leap Year's Day 2020, James Crosby died in his sleep from congestive heart attack in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the age of 82 at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Eddie Crosby died in March 17, 2018 at the age of 76 at his home in Beverly Hills, California. He died, and contributing factors of high blood pressure, diabetes, fatty liver, chronic kidney disease and respiratory failure. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Crosby died of pancreatic cancer in Boulder City, Nevada at the age of 68 on May 31, 2018, at Boulder City Hospital in Nevada. Washington died in September 17, 2009. He was 81. He died of hematemesis. He was autopsy pointers and he was buried at Eastern Suburbs Memorial Park in Sydney, Australia. 2 days later, in April 30, Washington was found unconscious in bed at his San Francisco home. Was about to wake him, following an autopsy pointers cause of death of enzymes, with pulmonary sclerosis, until he died at approximately 8:39 a.m. Pacific. He was 41 years old. Benito Evangelio died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on October 1, 1990, aged 89. His attendant at St. Pierre, Bisbal, after held tribute from the castle in Piebald, and the location is across the street from the Church of St. Pierre, where he had his baptism, first communion, and funeral. He was buried at Cemetery of Figueres. Washington died of a heart attack on November 13, 1998, at age of 84, at his home in Perth, Australia. Alan Washington died at his home in Westport, Connecticut, in May 21, 2010, at the age of 76. He died of a congestive heart attack. No funeral services was held. He was cremated and the ashes. Neil Washington died in his sleep of a heart attack at his home in Portland, Oregon on May 10, 2007 at the age of 86. In March 12, 2016, aged 73, Frank Youngman died at his apartment in Bristol, Connecticut. The cause of death was diabetes. Hendrik Albany died at the age 46 on June 14, 2008, at his home in Budapest, Hungary. He was found unconscious by the committed suicide by self-harm. He was found by his partner, Linda Rushman, said he was also admitted CPR, but pronounced dead at approximately 4:21 p.m. Central Europe time. Shields died in his sleep at the age of 59, in November 12, 2007. He died of acute myeloid leukemia in following series of a congestive heart attack. With his son, Brooke. He was interred at Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Apple Valley, California, in March 17, 2017. Johnny Price died at his home in Pensacola, Florida, aged 68, following a brief illness. He died of liver cirrhosis. He was autopsy pointers of a determined cause of death. His son, with Kelly Price. No funeral service of public memorials was held. He was cremated, and his remains were scattered in Pensacola, Florida. Kingston died of chronic lymphocytic leukemia on December 13, 2001. She suffered from chronic pulmonary disease. She was 87 years old. In June 6, 2005, Rook died from heart attack at his home in Westport, Connecticut at the age of 83. In August 12, 2008, at the age of 74, Michael Washington died in his sleep of a congestive heart attack in his home in Westport, Connecticut. His death was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, and had been suffered a myocarditis. Washington succumbed last 2 days later, when he died at 9:31 a.m. Central. Schlesinger died in Weston, Connecticut, in September 25, 2009, aged 79, without a will. He died of acute pancreatitis. He was cremated, and his ashes from scattered in Weston, Connecticut. In February 18, 2019, Norwood died of acute myeloid leukemia at Northeast Medical Group Family Medicine in Westport, Connecticut at the age of 68. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. Hardy died, at age 76, at his home in Weston, Connecticut. In May 19, 2006, he died of hemorrhagic anemia. Hardy was cremated, and there was no funeral. James died at his home in Westport, Connecticut. at the age of 80 on June 6, 2010. Brown died at St. Vincent's Medical Center in Westport, Connecticut, from complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, heart disease and strokes. He was 87 years old. King died of diabetes at Bridgeport Hospital Lab Services in Westport, Connecticut, in January 31, 2006 at the age of 73. In March 15, 2015, White died at MPS Hospital in Westport, Connecticut, at the age of 65 of congestive heart attack. Fisher died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in July 2008, at the age of 76 of congestive heart failure. With his son, Lisa Fisher. Freddie Fisher's death was burial at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. He was given a funeral. Lisa Fisher was burial son of his death, with song Wilflore, and including Stevie Wonder, B.B. King, Glenn Campbell and David Oswald with Glenn Furman. Arthur died from heart failure June 18, 1993, at the age of 80, at his home in Sacramento, California. No funeral service was held. He was cremated and the ashes. The remaining 9 shows were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In September 21, 2010, King died in his sleep at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 69. He died of a congestive heart attack and autopsy pointers. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Parker died at the age of 75 of lung cancer in Apple Valley, California. In April 29, 1997. The remaining 10 shows were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In June 21, 2009, Butters suffered a severe stroke and, because of esophagus, chronic kidney disease, high blood pressure and diabetes. In July 1, 2009, Bud Butters died at age 71 at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, where his wife had taken him when he had trouble breathing from the health problems cause of disease. Scott Brimley went into cardiopulmonary arrest and died in August 25, 2018, aged 89, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. In Leap Year's Day 2016, Jimmy Acosta died in his sleep from blood infection at the age of 97. He died of high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, strokes, heart disease, respiratory disease, pancreatic cancer, liver disease, broken bones, hematemesis, pulmonary sclerosis, acute thrombosis, renal disease, multiple organ failure, withdrawal from Xanax, esophagus, coccidioidomycosis, steroids, colectomy and aortic aneurysm. An autopsy pointers was held in family butchers in the supermarket merchandise and East Village Meat Market in New York City. Johnson died from heart failure July 18, 1993, at age of 74, at his home in Toronto, Ontario. Dawkins died of pancreatic cancer on June 21, 2012, at the age of 68 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. In October 7, 2013, Crawford died of a congestive heart attack at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts at the age of 78. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered over in Middlesex County. Steiner died of pulmonary artery and cardiac arrest at the age of 70 at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida on September 13, 2015. Turner died in December 2, 2007 at the age of 63 at his home in Beverly Hills, California. He died of arteriosclerosis. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. Houston died from kidney failure 2 days later, at the age of 86 on July 11, 2011, at his home in Sacramento, California. Riggs died in his sleep from heart attack on May 2, 2009, near his apartment in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at the age of 78. Rex died of a heart failure on May 4, 2010, at the age of 83, at his home in Dallas, Texas. Parker died in January 19, 2020, at his home in Roseland, Louisiana, at the age of 89 of natural causes. Sirkin died from pancreatic cancer at his home in Red Hook, New York, in February 1, 2020. In March 18, 2018, Boomer died in his sleep from congestive heart failure at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, aged 78. Granger died of a heart attack on April 19, 2008, 2 days later before his 80th birthday. Wolf died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on May 8, 2013. He was 76. He suffered from pulmonary embolism. Reed died of brain hemorrhage at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in June 14, 2016, at the age of 68. Orbit died of heart failure on July 6, 1993, at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, at age 71. Clogan died of hematemesis at San Francisco Chinese Hospital on August 12, 2009, at age of 83. Crosby died of a congestive heart attack at UCLA Health Beverly Hills Cancer Care in Beverly Hills, California, aged 85 on September 9, 2009. James died of diabetes at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Massachusetts on October 29, 2010, at the age of 84. Brown died at Bryan Health in Lincoln, Nebraska, in November 17, 2011, at age of 76. He died of cirrhosis of the liver and diabetic retinopathy. King died at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon from complications of aortic dissection in Christmas Day 2010, at the age of 79. White died at the age of 79 at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida from a heart attack in Leap Year's Day 2012. Johnson died at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida of chronic kidney disease and suffered of congestive heart attack in his sleep in February 28, 2007 at the age of 64. Hamilton died from cardiac arrest at Henry Ford West Bloomfield Hospital in Oakland, Michigan at the age of 78 in January 13, 2014. Ricks died at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California of heart failure at age of 76 on March 17, 2013. In May 2010, Washington died of esophageal cancer at Scripps Green Hospital in La Jolla, California, at age of 51. Blanks died at Alaska Native Medical Center in Anchorage, Alaska, in June 8, 2010, at the age of 52 of Alzheimer's disease. Wilson died at Altru Health System Hospital in Grand Forks, North Dakota on April 8, 2009, at the age of 79 from contributing factors of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia, renal disease, liver and heart disease, acute pancreatitis and colectomy. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. Buddy Butters died in his sleep from heart attack at his home in Westport, Connecticut, in May 18, 2009, from cancer-related complications. He was taken from his Westport home, which he lived in for the last decade of his life, to Bridgeport Hospital Lab Services in Westport, Connecticut, where he was pronounced dead aged 80. His funeral was held in May 19, 2009. Throngs of blues musicians and fans attended his funeral at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. He was autopsy pointers and is buried next to his wife, Erica. 2 days later, in November 11, Atkinson died in his sleep from a heart attack in Manchester in 1999 in Manchester, England, aged 77. He was found by his son, Rowan, Rodney and Louise Ford. Washington died in October 9, 1992, at the age of 66. The cause of death was heart attack in his sleep. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in Detroit, Michigan. Sheridan died from heart failure on March 17, 1986, at age 68 in Chicago. A longtime resident of Atlantic City, New Jersey, Nash died of kidney failure and diabetes with fatty liver on June 7, 1997, at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 70. Portland died from hematemesis at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City. He was 69. Hudson died of a heart attack in his sleep in 2013, aged 83. An obituary in the Huffington Post described him as one of the great jazz singers and perhaps the greatest single influence, with collaborating with Philip Oakey. Michael died from heart and liver disease at his home in Goring-on-Thames, Oxfordshire on Christmas Day 2016. He was 53. Upon hearing of Michael's death, Ridgely paid his respects on Twitter, saying, "Heartbroken at the loss of my beloved friend Yog." Early in the morning of May 18, 2015, Jefferson died in his sleep at St. Vincent's Medical Center in Westport, Connecticut from a heart attack, aged 75. Lyndon Marsalis said, "My friend, Blind Lemon Jefferson after 1929 from myocarditis and his brother, Louis Jefferson was dealt with privately before passing away last night in his sleep. While the future was Confessions of Jazz guitarist was respectfully from cause of death. Last day he died of a heart attack in his sleep from autopsy pointers after the great musician local legend has tribute of the jazz pianist from dying 2 days later. Thanks from prayers and well wishes. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. Hawkins died at his home in Westport, Connecticut. He died of pancreatic cancer in January 15, 2007, aged 36. Cruz died of heart failure as a result of high blood pressure in July 10, 2009, at the age of 83 at his home in Davenport, Iowa. Mike McCannon died of chronic kidney disease and diabetes at the age of 48 on May 8, 2002. In July 31, 2010, Chess died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 60. He died of pancreatic cancer and colectomy. He was finalized from his concert tour dates and cancelled 1998 from retirement from suffered a diabetes and chronic kidney disease. Early in the morning of April 8, 2000, James died in his sleep from heart failure at Minneapolis VA Healthcare System in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the age of 81. Early in the morning on April 8, 2017, James died in his sleep from heart attack at his apartment in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He was 76 years old. Norman Brown said, "Tommy James was dealt with privately before dying from it last 2 weeks. He died last night in his sleep. James was passing away privately sponsors, but tonight he died. It is farewell, respectful from sadness at dying once from hearts of future promise our country from musician legend." He died of a heart attack 2 days later in his sleep. Tommy was diagnosed before dying from a heart attack in his sleep. Tommy James has been dealt with privately before passing away peacefully last night in his sleep from a heart attack. Farewell, Tommy. Thanks for prayers. Crawford died in his sleep from heart attack at his home in Woodland Hills, California on July 3, 2013, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 65. Hawkins died, aged 93, in June 8, 2012. She died from malignant pancreatic cancer. She and autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death at her home in Pensacola, Florida. Hawkins died of hematemesis on May 8, 2004, at age 82 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. In August 30, 2003, Gabriel died at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. He died in his sleep from cardiac arrest at the age of 73. In June 25, 2009, Campbell died at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon of diabetic retinopathy, including kidney failure, at the age of 64. Jackson died of lung cancer at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, at the age of 59 on May 8, 2015. Turner died of congestive heart failure on March 17, 2001, at the age of 76, and was buried with full military honors at Arlington National Cemetery. Henderson died from chronic kidney failure at his home in Buffalo, New York City. In May 2003 at the age of 75. Cooker died of a heart attack on October 8, 2018, aged 69, at the NYU Medical Center in New York. The remaining shows were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. King died in his sleep on May 8, 2017, at the age of 90, at his home in Westport, Connecticut. He died of a heart attack at Bridgeport Hospital Lab Services in Westport, Connecticut. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. Willis died in August 20, 2018 in Gore Springs, Mississippi from complications of polio at the age of 82. Gardner continued to work as a jazz musician, and had been part of the management of the Clef Club of Jazz in Philadelphia since 1985, serving as executive director. Lovett Hines, the current artistic director of the Philadelphia Clef Club, was at the hospital when Gardner died, playing the artist's music. "And I just held the telephone to his ear on YouTube," Hines said. "And you could see his reaction with his eyes moving and moving his hand. So he responded to the music. And I'm glad that was the last thing he heard." Gardner died in September 4, 2018 at age 87. Lester died of cancer on August 22, 2018, at the age of 85. Morris died at the age of 89 on April 1, 2018 at Presence Resurrection Medical Center in Norwood Park, Chicago. A longtime resident of Montclair, New Jersey, Lucas died of heart disease in New York City, at the age of 65. In June 17, 2018, Paris died at the age of 66. According to family members, Calvin Newborn died in Jacksonville on December 1, 2018, aged 85. Washington died in July 5, 2014. He died of diabetes, aged 69. Parker died in his sleep from heart attack in 17 January 2009, aged 86. Bell died of renal failure at age 78 in February 28, 2006. Johnson died in his sleep of congestive heart failure, aged 87, in June 8, 2018 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts. Polo died of congestive heart attack on May 8, 1993 and was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. In the early morning on December 25, 2014, Brown died in his sleep of a heart attack at his home in Gainesville, Georgia at age 89, with his son, Norman Brown. He was cremated and the ashes were scattered in Gainesville. King died of brain hemorrhage at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 48 on March 18, 2008. White died from heart failure June 8, 2013, at the age of 80. White was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Michael died in his sleep from cardiac arrest in Leap Year's Day 2004, at the age of 84 at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York. Rogers died from heart attack on July 15, 1998, at the age of 83. After suffering from heart problems, and with complications from a fall having resulted in her right leg being amputated in October 2017, LaSalle died surrounded by her family, at the age of 83, in January 8, 2018. Thigpen died peacefully after a brief period in a Hvidovre Hospital in Copenhagen on January 14, 2010. He had been hospitalized for heart and lung problems and was also suffering from Parkinson's disease. He is buried at Vestre Kirkegård. Rogers died of lung cancer in January 26, 1994, at his home in Manhattan, New York City. He was 72 years old. In the early morning on March 18, 2017, Marvin died at his Manhattan home from effects from Alzheimer's disease, age 79. Daniels died of congestive heart failure in Burbank, California, in September 26, 2002 at the age of 72. Madison died in his sleep from a heart attack shortly before his 81st birthday in his home in Apple Valley, California at the age of 80. Hansen died at his home in Woodland Hills, California on February 21, 2016, aged 69. He died from high blood pressure, diabetes, chronic kidney disease and liver failure. Brendan Cook died of brain hemorrhage at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, in June 9, 2009, at the age of 52. Wilson died at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens from complications of hematemesis and a severe stroke on July 18, 2005 at the age of 59. Hart died in May 2009 at the age of 74 in his home in Westport, Connecticut, after case of sclerosis, and had been suffering a congestive heart attack. Crosby died in Las Vegas, Nevada, aged 67, from cardiac arrest on July 20, 2008. Brown died in Woodland Hills, California, at the age of 75 on March 19, 2008 from a heart attack. King died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 59 from Parkinson's disease. In March 17, 1993, White died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 53. He died of congestive heart disease. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Washington died in August 25, 2014, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at the age of 68. He died from Alzheimer's disease. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. Parker died from heart failure May 9, 2005, at age 78 from suffering from pulmonary sclerosis. Johnson died of congestive heart attack in 2008 in Manhattan, New York City, and was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. Sandra Jane died at the age of 50 at her home in Huntsville, Alabama on February 29, 2020. She died while making her poisoning due to medicine and alcohol including heroin overdose. Jeffrey Evans died in April 8, 2006 in his home in Woodland Hills, California. He died of congestive heart attack in his sleep. He was buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park Cemetery in Los Angeles. Gregory Jones died of congestive heart failure on May 8, 2011. Aged 68, he was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. Alvin Crosby died of lung cancer in Culver City, California, aged 72. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery on March 8, 2010 in Inglewood, California. Jimmy Page died at his home in New York. The cause of death was pancreatic cancer in October 8, 2012 at the age of 38. Benny Rhodes died at the age of 86 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey of acute respiratory failure combined with colectomy. Henry Kelly died in his sleep from heart attack shortly and 1 month before his 71st birthday at his home in Washington, D.C., aged 70. David Brown died at the age of 76 in his sleep from heart attack in the hospital at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles in Christmas Day 1994. Jesse King died from cardiac failure with acute myocarditis at age 81 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut on April 8, 2014. Marlon White died of diabetes and kidney failure as a result on May 8, 2007. He was 53 years old. Gilbert James died of pulmonary sclerosis with emphysema on March 8, 1993 in his home in Chicago, Illinois at age 71. Sean West died of chronic kidney disease and liver failure as a result at age 65 at El Camino Hospital in Los Gatos, California at age 72. In May 2016, Rivera died at his home in Santiago, Mexico at the age of 63 in his sleep from heart attack. A.C. Knight died from heart attack at the age of 73 on May 29, 2009 in his home in Austin, Texas. Great Muscles died from hematemesis with brain hemorrhage at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts on March 17, 2013 at age of 54. In the morning on March 28, 2013, Jackson died in his sleep from heart failure at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida at the age of 59. In May 1999, Ferguson died at the age of 89 in his home in Sacramento, California, from Parkinson's disease. An autopsy pointers was concluded to be unable to determine the cause of death. Freddie Miller died of Alzheimer's disease on July 23, 2011 in his home in La Jolla, California at age 84. In April 9, 2007, J.B. Cruz died at age 82 from diabetes and kidney failure at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. Cruz was also admitted CPR, where he died at approximately 10:50 a.m. Central. Washington died of Parkinson's disease on June 17, 2000, at the age of 71. Bell died in his sleep from cardiac failure with myocarditis at age 84 at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon on May 8, 2019. Early in the morning on July 8, 2015, Kingston died in his sleep from heart failure at his home in Burbank, California at age 72 at Providence St. Joseph's Medical Center in Burbank, California, and was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Jimmy Jones died in his sleep from myocarditis at the age of 86 in his home in Apple Valley, California. He was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park Cemetery on March 8, 2001 in Apple Valley, California. In the early morning of January 5, 2017, Gordon died in his sleep from congestive heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 73. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. 2 days later, in Christmas Day, as a result of high blood pressure and kidney ailments, he was undetermined the cause of death. He was assistant Celine Dion, was believed in not in New Year's Day. He was predicted. Dion died of a heart attack from pulmonary sclerosis with diabetes and pancreatic tumor on December 28, 2008, at age 81, at his home in Beverly Hills, California. He was found dead by former wife Annie Thompson. Celine Dion was helped to perform CPR, where he died at approximately 12:35 p.m. Pacific. An autopsy pointers cannot shown to determine the cause of death. Harris died of pancreatic cancer in June 3, 2009 at the age of 80. Pilson died of a heart attack at St. Joseph's Hospital in Yonkers, New York, in May 8, 2013 at age of 81. In November 8, 2012, Rogers died at St. John Medical Center in Tulsa in his sleep from heart attack at age 84. Henderson died of brain hemorrhage at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada at the age of 71. Campbell died in June 25, 2013 at the age of 76 of acute pancreatitis at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City. No funeral services of memorials was held. He was cremated and the ashes. Chris Jackson died, aged 65, in January 8, 2008. He died of undetermined causes at his apartment in Bristol, Connecticut. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. Norman Washington died from heart failure in July 17, 1993, at the age of 84 in his home in Burbank, California. In April 20, 2016, Prince's representatives called Howard Kornfeld, a California specialist in addiction medicine and pain management, seeking medical help for the star. Kornfeld scheduled to meet with him on April 22, and he contacted a local physician who cleared his schedule for a physical exam on April 21. In April 21, at 9:43 a.m., the Carver County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call requesting an ambulance be sent to Prince's home at Paisley Park. The caller initially told the dispatcher that an unidentified person at the home was unconscious, then moments later said he was dead, and finally identified the person as Prince. The caller was Kornfeld's son, who had flown in with the buprenorphine that morning to devise a treatment plan for opioid addiction. Emergency responders found Prince unresponsive in an elevator and performed CPR, but a paramedic said he was already dead for at least 6 hours, and they were unable to revive him. They pronounced him dead at 10:07 a.m., 19 minutes after their arrival. There were no signs of suicide or foul play. A press release from the Midwest Medical Examiner's Office in Anoka County in June 2 stated that the musician had died of an accidental overdose of fentanyl at the age of 57. Morrison died from heart attack before shortly his 74th birthday at his home in Knoxville, Texas. In August 8, 2011, aged 73, Jeanette Morrison said he talked from father. It was made to him. When he dying from it last days, he left words from autopsy pointers was dealt before dying from it. He was concerns every day. He told took place we have I could me. He was my father. When he died last days, I can't hold, as known from dying without him. He died last days, he was father I though can't do it anymore. I'd be just like away him. He left it, I could peacefully from it. When he died last days, I have can be doing my life. My father has dealt before passing away from it just 2 days later than he died. I believe me enough to be heaven for hearts. He was not good anything. I was literally. He suffered from heart attack. It was concerns would can believe that me we have could, though from it. But today he died last days. I just doing anything. I will not give you anything. Anything from it, we won't concern me, that never forgive you. We do not concern from your father I will stay here will talk to your friends. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. In Christmas Day 2009, she collapsed, while playing badminton, with his son of Steve Harvey. She said from the hospice care and they are exhaustion from 5 weeks, when rushed back to hospital from the surrounding earth. Beckman died later that week of metastasis at Wheeler Health Center in Lackville, Connecticut, aged 59. Kelly died, aged 51, in her home in Yuma, Arizona on October 20, 2010. Kelly was cancer public diagnosis. Kelly publicist confirmed and admitted to programming Good Morning America, ABC World News Tonight, and Nightline with that she died of appendix cancer. Kelly's body was cremated, and her remains of scattered pointers of the coast. Anderson died in November 24, 2016 at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, California at the age of 82. She had been hospitalized the previous day. According to her manager, Kayla Pressman, Anderson died of heart failure. After years of medical problems which resulted in numerous hospitalizations, roughly 15 major operations and an addiction to pain medication, Wynette died in April 6, 1998 at the age of 55, while sleeping on her couch. Wynette's doctor from Pennsylvania said she died of a thrombosis in her lung. While hospitalized at Baptist Hospital in Nashville, Cash died of complications from diabetes at approximately 2 a.m. CT on September 12, 2003, aged 71. Less than 4 months after his wife. It was suggested that his health worsened due to a broken heart over June's death. In January 10, 2016, 2 days after his 69th birthday and the release of the album Blackster, Bowie died from liver cancer in his New York City apartment. Marley died in May 11, 1981 at Cedars of Lebanon Hospital in Miami, now University of Miami Hospital, aged 36. The spread of melanoma to his lungs and brain caused his death. In June 15, 2014, Casson died at St. Anthony's Hospital in Gig Harbor, Washington at the age of 82. The immediate cause of death was reported as sepsis caused by an ulcerated bedsore. Morris died unexpectedly at the age of 53 at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami Beach, Florida, in January 12, 2003, due to complications of a twisted intestine, with his wife, children, and brothers at his side. Bell died of gallbladder on December 14, 1999, at the age of 72. He died of multiple organ failure at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. He was cremated and there was no funeral. Parker died from complications of bladder cancer at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, at age 87 on March 17, 1999. Johnson died of rare blood cancer at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center on August 8, 2014 at the age of 76. Estes died in October 10, 2021, at the age of 65. Rogers died in December 18, 2015, aged 68, from complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport, Connecticut. In July 14, 2004, White died from heart attack at age 82 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Massachusetts. He was cremated and there was no funeral. In September 2, 2008, Vega died from aortic dissection arising from emphysema with dementia, at his home in Seattle, Washington at age 69. August died in his sleep from heart disease at his home in Naples, Florida, in June 14, 2006 at the age of 74. Morrison died of lung cancer in Lackdale, Connecticut, aged 73, in August 18, 2008. Elton died of a congestive heart attack at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on May 25, 2014, at age 83. Gabby Washington died at JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey at age of 85 on May 8, 2006 of contributing factors of pulmonary embolism with hematemesis. Esther died at his home on Burbank, California on October 13, 2004 at the age of 63. He died from a heart attack. Rodriguez died from periambulary cancer at his home in El Paso, Texas on June 20, 2012 at the age of 72. Wyoming died, with his family by his side, in November 8, 2017. He died of acute myeloid leukemia at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon at age 67. No memorial services. He was cremated and the ashes. The remaining 25 shows of his 2019 tour were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In June 2, 2019, Brown died in his sleep from heart attack at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Manhattan, New York City, age 86. In June 17, 2019, King died of periambulary cancer at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Massachusetts at age 78. Washington died of emphysema with coccidioidomycosis on August 8, 2018 at age 57. King died at his home in Boseong, South Korea on June 8, 2013. He died from colectomy resulting from congestive heart attack in his sleep at Busan National University Hospital in Busan, South Korea, aged 81. An autopsy pointers is unable to determine the cause of death. In November 29, 2021, Joe Harris died at the age of 28 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts, He died of committed suicide by hanging. The police officers after his death from hydrogen sulfide were said words, "Something went wrong." Harris was cremated and there was no funeral. In September 2017, Walker was hospitalized from 2 weeks after condition related from pneumonia. He went to distress from emphysema. He was steroids from health problems from his breathing. He was undergoing dialysis and kidney transplant from exhaustion. In October 2017, Walker suffered a severe stroke. He was related from cancer diseases from retirement from today's for him in a public life. In November 30th, 2017, Walker died in his sleep from congestive heart attack at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts, aged 81. No funeral services was held. He was cremated and the ashes were scattered over Middlesex County. Brown died from respiratory failure in 1998 in Manhattan, New York City, aged 76, and was buried in Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. King died in his sleep from congestive heart disease at the age 90 on December 14, 1999. Near his home in Culver City, California, he was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Thomas died at his home in Seattle, Washington on Christmas Day 2012, 3 weeks shortly from his 79th birthday. He died of periambulary cancer. In July 10, 2007, Simon James died in his sleep from heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at age 51. Arthur died from Parkinson's disease which combined with dementia and emphysema, at his home in El Paso, Texas on May 12, 2015 at the age of 86. Parkinson died from complications from heart failure and emphysema, aged 80, in August 18, 2000. Kingston died from heart attack in his sleep on May 8, 1993, at the age of 78. And 1 month before his 79th birthday. Robert White died of lung cancer on December 14, 1999 at the age of 75. Baldwin died at his home in Burbank, California, in July 13, 2008. He died of acute hemorrhagic pancreatitis at Providence St. Joseph's Medical Center in Burbank, California. He was 77. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. In November 5, 2008, Joe Cruz died at the age of 71, in Oaxaca, Mexico City. Prior to his death he had complained of headaches, and he died of brain hemorrhage at 5 minutes earlier. Cruz was pronounced dead at approximately 2:34 p.m. In February 17, 2009, Benson died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. He died at the age of 76 from congestive heart attack in his sleep, which is sung from his deathbed. George Benson, Stevie Wonder and Patty Austin. He was visited on his deathbed, but was pronounced dead at approximately 10:21 a.m. on Eastern. Garrett died of pulmonary embolism at the age of 75 at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, in April 23, 2005. No funeral services and private memorials. He was cremated and the ashes. Joe Crosby died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 63, in July 14, 2010 of hematemesis arising from emphysema. Fred Morgan died of blood vomiting at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in May 18, 2013, at age of 73. Pillman died at her home in Apple Valley, California, aged 91, in leap year's Day 2020 from acute sclerosis, which his daughter, Jade Albany, with Kara, Jesse, and her son, Lydia, Jade Albany Pietrantonio said, "I wasn't her when she died. She was autopsy pointers but no longer alive. Jesse Pillman is passing away, but today she died. It is sad. It's farewell. She was dying from autopsy pointer at once. She lived it. She was dealt from autopsy pointers after her 5 last days. My mother has passing away peacefully." Last day, Pillman has passed away, but today she died. She was farewell, but farewell. Thanks for prayers and wishes. In November 2017, Roberts was hospitalized from 2 days after related from chronic kidney disease. He went to administered steroids to help his breathing, undergoing dialysis and awaiting a high blood pressure and kidney transplant in December 2017. Roberts suffered a diabetes. In January 2018, Roberts died of a congestive heart attack in his sleep at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, aged 68. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. In June 17, 1999, before his death, his widow, his recorded cassette radio tape in 1998. He was complete from 13 albums and has vanished from last days. The cause of Bell's death. He was diagnosed as hip replacement surgery in Manhattan 2 days later. He was completely hip replacement surgery in 1999. The medical doctor's examiner. Performed the return in entertaining tour in August 1999. He was completely from cassette tapes and other brands such as Sony, TDK, Maxell, and more. More than 500 cassettes tape recording in the audiobooks and radio engineering from receiving to the last days in September 1999. He had severe cough and pneumonia in 1999, had been started from health problems cause of disease, when underwent to periampullary cancer which from his death of diagnosis. Bell died in December 14, 1999 from congestive heart attack at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville at age 59. Fox died in May 8, 2016 from myeloid leukemia at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at the age of 69. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. Early in the morning, in February 12, 2018, Brown died in his sleep from congestive heart failure at the Hackensack Meridian Hospital in Edison, New Jersey at age 84. The remaining shows were cancelled because of health problems caused by complications from high blood pressure and diabetes. In February 12, 2000, King died in his sleep from heart attack at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada at age 90. His remains were cremated, and the ashes with no funeral services, grave marker or public memorials. In March 14, 1993, has continued from entertaining tour in 1992, and he had cancelled, because pneumonia and blood vomiting. He had blood fluids from 2 days later. In March 17, 1993, Robinson died from heart attack with periampullary cancer at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan at the age of 87, where he died at 12:36 p.m. on Eastern. In April 16, 1996, James died at the age of 64 from contributing factors of high blood pressure, liver disease, diabetes, strokes, vascular dementia and kidney failure. Admitted to the hospital at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. Jordan died in his sleep from heart failure on March 17, 2015 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts at the age of 80. Ronnie Stallone died in his sleep from heart attack in October 4, 1990. From cancer-related complications. He was 76 years, until he died at approximately 8:37 a.m. Pacific. His funeral was held at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California on October 8, 1990. McCarthy died in October 6, 2019, at age 71. In his home in Manhattan, New York, he died of pancreatic cancer. While making his autopsy pointers with no funeral services, he was cremated and the ashes. In February 12, 2020, Ryan died at the Hackensack Meridian Hospital in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 85. She died from malignant pancreatitis tumor. She was autopsy pointers with no funeral services. She was cremated and she ashes. Kensington died from cerebral embolism and dementia in the 25th of July 2015, at his hometown in Vancouver, Canada at age 78. Glendale died on the 8th of May 2006, aged 58, in his home Liverpool, Britain. He died of myeloid leukemia. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. On May 8, 2005, Trung died in his sleep of congestive heart attack at his home in Long Xuyen, Vietnam at the age of 52. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. On the 5th of August 2018, Sen died in his sleep from congestive heart attack in his home in Fashion, Guangdong Province, China at the age of 76. Sen died from congestive heart attack in his sleep on May 8, 2019 in his apartment in Keelung City, Taiwan at age 93. On December 1, 2017, Ramirez died in his sleep in Sao Paulo, Brazil, aged 74, reported from congestive heart attack. His body was cremated, and the ashes were scattered over in Paraná Road. Edison died in Los Angeles on May 8, 2000, aged 45. Reported cause of his death was morphine overdose. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. In July 2006, John was hospitalized for more 3 weeks before diagnosis with high blood pressure and diabetes. He was medical examiner that ruled to underwent 2 hip replacement surgery in August 2006. He was received from contributing factors of chronic kidney disease on August 11. John suffered a severe cough. In September 4, 2006, John died at approximately 1:33 p.m. Central of congestive heart attack in his sleep at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville at the age of 71. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. Uyelchila died from pneumonia in a Tokyo hospital on March 17, 2019, aged 79. He received a Lifetime Achievement Award at the 61st Japan Record Awards on December 30, 2019. Troy Nash died at his home in Venice Beach, California on June 17, 2019, at the age of 58 of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure. John Nash died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on July 12, 2018, at the age of 63. In February 28, 2019, Foster died in his sleep of cardiovascular dementia at his home in Apple Valley, California at age 91, and was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Apple Valley, California. In September 23, 2021, Crouch died of myeloid leukemia at his home at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at age 81. He was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. The cause of Crouch's death from the problems cause of disease. Carver died of COVID-19 on the 20th of August 2021, at age 92, in Canberra, Australia. Dixon died of congestive heart attack on the 7th of September 2010, at his home in Middlesex County, at the age of 51. On March 20, 2000, Wymans died of complications caused by cardiovascular dementia at age 87. Cage died at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville from congestive heart attack in his sleep at age 93 on May 8, 2011. Ephraim died of acute myeloid leukemia on May 8, 2001, at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Massachusetts, aged 54. The cause of death from the health problems cause of disease. He was survived by 5 children, Zach and Dylan. Pines died of a heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at age 70 on June 6, 2007. Jackman died of aortic embolism at his home in Middlesex County, Connecticut on April 26, 2007 at the age of 58. Butler died on May 8, 2012 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, at age 79 due to myocarditis and pneumonia. Several weeks prior of Butler's death, he was cremated and the ashes Wurzbach died of pancreatitis tumor on July 15, 2003 at the age of 67. and was buried at Brownsville Cemetery in Los Angeles. In November 8, 2009, couple died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 42 from complications of periambulary cancer. Couple was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. England died of congestive heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, on the 14th of August 2006 at age 48. Imelda Blonsky died in her sleep from heart attack at her home in Albany, Oregon on April 24, 2010, from cancer-related complications. She was decayed from final years of her life to Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon, but her pronounced dead at age 80. No funeral services was held. Blonsky was cremated and she ashes. She was married to her son, Nicky. In October 1999, Bloomfield was hospitalized from 5 weeks because from the health problems cause of disease. He went to high blood pressure and diabetes from owing exhaustion, while undergoing dialysis and underwent a kidney transplant from diagnosis in January 2000. Bloomfield suffered a severe cough from 9 days, until he died. In February 12, 2000, Bloomfield died from congestive heart attack in his sleep at Bryan Health in Lincoln, Nebraska at age 55 from the health problems cause of disease. Hans died from hematemesis at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan at age of 78 on June 6, 2011. Hewitt died at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan on October 25, 2009 from pancreatic cancer, aged 51. Rogers died of a heart attack in February 20, 2008 at age 74. In the early morning on September 17, 2009, White died of congestive heart failure at the age of 75. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport. In March 14, 1993, he was hospitalized from exhaustion and hectic schedule for kidney transplant from the health problems cause of disease. King canceled from his recording cassette tape brands such as Sony, TDK, Maxell, and more. 6,000 cassettes taped from other brands from Maxell. High-grade quality AD records, digital audio mastering, from cassette tapes from the recording producer from Last Days, as he had done in 1992. In March 17, 1993, King died in his sleep from heart attack at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, at age 84 due to cardiovascular dementia and diabetes, high blood pressure, strokes and kidney failure. Glenn Turman said, King was dealt privately before dying from it last night in his sleep. My farewell from the hearts of future promising our contributing factors of cause of death. He died last night in his sleep. King was dealt privately before passing away and tonight he died from the health problems cause of disease 2 days later and autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death at once. Thanks from prayers well wishes. Deeply distraught by the family from Geeser's death from divorce. Alvin Geeser died from self-harm on May 13, 2005, aged 31. In April 6, 2006, Geeser's former wife, Anna Geeser, died at age 90. With children Freddie Geeser died from defrauded in February 19, 2007. Their daughter Gary Geeser died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at age 56 of colorectal cancer. Their son Michael Geeser Jr. died from congestive heart attack on May 8, 2009. He was 70. With Alan Geeser died from self-falling on July 6, 2009. Their Paul Geeser died in his sleep at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York at the age of 62 from congestive heart attack on August 12, 2009. With brother Marvin Geeser died at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens, New York at age 51 from committed suicide by hanging on September 5, 2009. With Val Geeser died from periambulary cancer at the age of 76 at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And Patrick Geeser born leap year's day 1956, died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 54 on July 1, 2010. After chronic illnesses, he was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. This film was presented by Toho Company Limited. In November 2017, Bell was hospitalized with condition related from the health problems cause of disease, from complications of diabetes. Before Bell's death, the doctors examined her from cancer diseases from health as breathing, underwent a kidney transplant, and before his severe cough from a result, Bell died in his sleep from heart attack in January 14, 2018, at the age of 71. He was interred at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. Gibson died at the age of 81, at Central State Hospital in Roseville, Jefferson, Kentucky on May 12, 2016 from complications of sarcoidosis. Baltimore died of Parkinson's disease from cerebral days later on July 7, 2005, at the age of 88. Giovanni died from kidney failure with combined emphysema on April 25, 2000 at the age of 71 at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. In May 21, 2008, Hubbard died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 46, from complications of acute hemorrhagic pancreatitis. Garver died at age of 99, in Manhattan at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center on October 6, 1990 from complications of pancreatic cancer. Vincent died at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan on October 6, 1996 at the age of 83 of appendix cancer. After her death, she was survived from 9 children, 13 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. Dixon died of myeloid leukemia on July 24, 1994, at his home in Cleveland, Ohio, aged 73. Harrison died in January 17, 2021, at Hackensack Meridian Hospital in Edison, New Jersey, at age 85 of congestive heart failure. Sullivan died in November 8, 2009, at Middlesex Hospital in Middletown, Connecticut of a heart attack, at the age of 82. Jackson died in his sleep at age 80 on July 31, 2010, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut from a heart attack. Ball died at the age 50 of pancreatic cancer, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut on August 21, 2013. Robinson died of congestive heart failure at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, in June 10, 2010, at age 75. Fox died from a heart attack, at his home in Weston, Connecticut, in June 15, 2009, aged 72. Kingston died of lung cancer in Seattle, Washington, on July 16, 2003, aged 82. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. Richardson died of heart failure in the 8th of July 2008, at his home in Alberta, Canada, at the age of 78. He was cremated and the ashes. Bryson died of congestive heart attack in his sleep at the age of 71 on May 8, 2001. In May 21, 2011, McHale died surrounded his family, at the age of 69 from brain hemorrhage at Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida. Gibson died of a heart attack in Chicago in 1997. Jacob died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 71 of colorectal cancer. In June 21, 2010, he was buried at Santa Barbara Cemetery in Santa Barbara, California. In June 15, 2009, Bedford died in his sleep of congestive heart failure at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, at the age of 74. Bedford was interred at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. James died of cardiovascular dementia at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, aged 82. James was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. In May 14, 2004, Rogers died in his sleep from a heart attack at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 70. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. In March 17, 2013, White died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 76 of aortic embolism. He was buried at Santa Barbara Cemetery in Santa Barbara, California. Crosby died in Beverly Hills on November 18, 2007. The reportedly cause of death from contributing factors of Xanax, sarcoidosis, broken bones and dementia from the health problems cause of disease at age 79. Parker died in June 6, 2007 in Woodland Hills, California from congestive heart attack in his sleep at age 81. Johnson died in May 8, 1997 at age of 56 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut from a heart attack. Thompson died of kidney failure at the Hackensack Meridian Hospital in Edison, Jersey on June 2, 2019 at the age of 59. Cyrus died in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 20, 2014 at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada in his sleep from heart attack at the age of 65. Fox died from heart failure February 17, 1993, at age 90. No funeral services was held, her remains was cremated and she ashes were scattered pointers of the coast. Foster died in Las Vegas on December 12, 2006 in Weston, Connecticut from the health problems cause of disease and contributing factors of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure at age 63. In April 19, 1994, at the age of 45, Robin Geisler died of liver disease at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens, New York City. An autopsy that conclusions show of no evidence by his coroner ruled from the health problems cause of disease. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, New York. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. Deeply distraught by the family from Geisler's death from divorce, Alvin Geisler died from self-harm on May 14, 2005, aged 31. In April 6, 2006, Geisler's former wife, Anna Geisler, died at age 90. With children, Freddie Geisler died from defrauded in February 19, 2007. Their daughter Gary Geisler died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at age 56 of colorectal cancer. Their son Michael Geisler Jr. died from congestive heart attack on May 8, 2009. He was 70. When Alan Geisler died from self-falling on July 6, 2009, their Paul Geisler died in his sleep at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York at the age of 62 from congestive heart attack on August 12, 2009. With brother Marvin Geisler died at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens, New York at age 51 from committed suicide by hanging on September 5, 2009. With Val Geisler died from periampullary cancer at the age of 76 at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And Patrick Geisler, born leap year's day 1956, died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 54 on July 1, 2010. After chronic illnesses, he was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. James died of colon cancer on June 8, 1996, at the age of 64 at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan, New York City. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. His funeral included from the 8,000 peoples in Cathedral of Church in Manhattan House, his finalized concert of James' funeral. Brown died at the age of 72 of lung cancer in February 3, 1997 in Apple Valley, California. He was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park, in Apple Valley, California. King died in October 21, 1997, at his home in Gainesville, Georgia of acute myeloid leukemia. The cause of his death, King was survived from 5 children and 12 great-grandchildren. In November 16, 1996, John died related from complications from Parkinson's and withdrawal Xanax at his home in Austin, Texas at age 90. In November 8, 1995, Washington died of a heart attack at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio, aged 79. Anderson died in June 5, 1994, of complications from hematemesis at his home in Seattle, Washington at the age of 84. Efron died of acute myeloid leukemia on May 8, 2001, at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Massachusetts, aged 54. The cause of death from the health problems cause of disease. He was survived by 5 children, Zach and Dylan. Pines died of a heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at age 70 on June 6, 2007. Jackman died of aortic embolism at his home in Middlesex County, Connecticut on April 26, 2007 at the age of 58. Butler died in May 8, 2012 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, at age 79 due to myocarditis and pneumonia. Several weeks prior to Butler's death, he was cremated and the ashes. Wurzbach died of pancreatitis tumor on July 15, 2003 at the age of 67, and was buried at Brownsville Cemetery, in Los Angeles. In November 8, 2009, Cuttle died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 42 from complications of periampullary cancer. Cuttle was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. England died of congestive heart attack at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in the 13th of August 2006 at age 48. Imelda Blonsky died in her sleep from heart attack at her home in Albany, Oregon on April 24, 2010, from cancer-related complications. She was decayed from final years of her life to Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon, but her pronounced dead at age 80. No funeral services was held. Blonsky was cremated and she ashes. She was married to her son, Nicky. In October 1999, Bloomfield was hospitalized from 5 weeks, because from the health problems cause of disease, he went to high blood pressure and diabetes from owing exhaustion, while undergoing dialysis and underwent a kidney transplant from diagnosis in January 2000. Bloomfield suffered a severe cough from 9 days, until he died. In February 12, 2000, Bloomfield died from congestive heart attack in his sleep at Bryan Health in Lincoln, Nebraska at age 55 from the health problems cause of disease. Hans died from hematemesis at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan at age of 78 on June 6, 2011. Hewitt died at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan on October 25, 2009 from pancreatic cancer, aged 51. Rogers died of a heart attack in February 20, 2008 at age 74. In the early morning on September 17, 2009, White died of congestive heart failure at the age of 75. He was buried at Willowbrook Cemetery in Westport. In March 14, 1993, he was hospitalized from exhaustion and hectic schedule for kidney transplant from the health problems cause of disease. King canceled from his recording cassette tape brands such as Sony, TDK, Maxell, and more. 6,000 cassettes taped from other brands from Maxell. High-grade quality BABI records, digital audio mastering, from cassette tapes from the recording producer from Last Days, as he had done in 1992. In March 17, 1993, King died in his sleep from heart attack at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, at age 84 due to cardiovascular dementia and diabetes, high blood pressure, strokes and kidney failure. Glenn Turman said, King was dealt privately before dying from it last night in his sleep. My farewell from the hearts of future promising our contributing factors of cause of death. He died last night in his sleep. King was dealt privately before passing away, and tonight he died from the health problems cause of disease 2 days later, and autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death at once. Thanks from prayers, well wishes. Crosby died in Beverly Hills on November 18, 2007. The reportedly cause of death from contributing factors of Xanax, sarcoidosis, broken bones and dementia from the health problems cause of disease at age 79. Parker died in June 6, 2007 in Woodland Hills, California from congestive heart attack in his sleep at age 81. Johnson died in May 8, 1997 at age 56 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut from a heart attack. Thompson died of kidney failure at the Hackensack Meridian Hospital in Edison, Jersey on June 2, 2019 at the age of 59. Cyrus died in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 20, 2014 at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada in his sleep from heart attack, at the age of 65. Fox died from heart failure February 17, 1993. At age 90. No funeral services was held, her remains was cremated, and she ashes were scattered pointers of the coast. Foster died in Las Vegas on December 12, 2006 in Weston, Connecticut from the health problems cause of disease and contributing factors of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure at age 63. In April 19, 1994, at the age of 45, Robin Geisler died of liver disease at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens, New York City. An autopsy at conclusion show of no evidence by his coroner ruled from the health problems cause of disease. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, New York. An autopsy pointers was unable to determine the cause of death. Deeply distraught by the family from Geisler's death from divorce, Alvin Geisler died from self-harm on May 14, 2005, aged 31. In April 6, 2006, Geisler's former wife, Anna Geisler, died at age 90. With children, Freddie Geisler died from defrauded in February 19, 2007. Their daughter Gary Geisler died at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida at age 56 of colorectal cancer. Their son Michael Geisler Jr. died from congestive heart attack on May 8, 2009. He was 70. When Alan Geisler died from self-falling on July 6, 2009. Their Paul Geisler died in his sleep at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York at the age of 62 from congestive heart attack on August 12, 2009. With brother Marvin Geisler died at his apartment in Rego Park, Queens, New York at age 51 from committed suicide by hanging on September 5, 2009. With Dial Geisler died from periampullary cancer at the age of 76 at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And Patrick Geisler, born leap year's day 1956, died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 54 on July 1, 2010. After chronic illnesses, he was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, in the Bronx, New York. James died of colon cancer on June 8, 1996, at the age of 64 at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan, New York City. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. His funeral included from the 8,000 peoples in Cathedral of Church in Manhattan House, his finalized concert of James' funeral. Brown died at the age of 72 of lung cancer in February 3, 1997 in Apple Valley, California. He was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park, in Apple Valley, California. King died in October 21, 1997, at his home in Gainesville, Georgia of acute myeloid leukemia. The cause of his death, King was survived from 5 children and 12 great-grandchildren. In November 16, 1996, John died related from complications from Parkinson's and withdrawal Xanax at his home in Austin, Texas at age 90. In November 8, 1995, Washington died of a heart attack at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio, aged 79. Henderson died in June 5, 1994, of complications from hematemesis at his home in Seattle, Washington at the age of 84. Clarett died October 4, 1990, in his hometown of Kentucky, at age 75. He died of kidney ailments, and autopsy showed without evidence. An autopsy pointers from the hospital at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisiana. Ellsworth died of brain hemorrhage at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisiana on May 8, 2000, at age of 54. McNeil died at the age 87, in July 5, 2008, at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisiana from complications of periambulatory cancer, several weeks before he died, after 3 years of recording producer staff from cassette tapes and prior, before he died, after announcing with no funeral services was held, he was cremated and the ashes. Brown died in a Las Vegas area hospital on November 17, 2006, from complications following a heart attack and stroke she suffered after surgery in the previous month. She was 78 years old. A memorial concert for her was held in January 22, 2007, at the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, New York. King died in April 17, 2003, from diabetes-related complications, just a week before the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival. His funeral was held in April 30, during the festival, and many musicians attended it, including Dr. John, Leo Nocentelli and Aaron Neville. His Imperial recordings, which had long been out of print, were reissued in CD soon after he died. The June 2003 issue of Offbeat, a local music magazine, paid tribute to King with a series of articles on him. In July 15, 2003, Seth Bernstein died of pancreatic cancer at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 79. In May 18, 2009, aged 52, Gibson died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles of acute myeloid leukemia arising from multiple embolism. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Bob Orbit died in June 6, 2009, from aortic dissection. He was 76. A memorial tribute issued and hospitalization from the autopsy was no longer determined to cause of death. He was survived from 9 children, 6 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. At the age of 90 on March 3, 2007, Bonnie Buddies died at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, with her family by her side. According from official coroner's website, she died of congestive heart ailments. She was cremated, and there was no funeral. Lou Seaman died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on May 21, 2010, at age 78, 1 month before his 79th birthday. Private Kishan Maharaj died in the 4th of May 2008 at Kajuri near Varanasi, aged 84. He became while incarcerated in Correctly facility. Prior to staying in prison, reports high blood pressure and hallucinations. He died later that 2 days later. In April 21, the Middlesex County Coroner's Office ruling the cause of death was hydrogen sulfide. The official's coroner's office from autopsy pointers and contributing factors of high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, kidney disease, liver disease, cancer diseases, and Xanax. He was 35. In 2009, the judge ruled coroner from Colonel Johnson's file money against major crimes from cop ambush target syndicate enforcers against Middlesex County. But he died at approximately 5:32 p.m. on Eastern. Austin Colorado Qureshi died in February 2000 at his similar house residence in Nepean Sea Road following a heart attack, which he suffered in learning of the death of his daughter, Rita, the previous evening during cataract surgery. Garver died at age 99 in Burbank at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center on May 5, 2017 from complications of hematemesis. He was interred at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. BABI died at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, in December 14, 2021, at the age of 94 from malignant brain tumor at her home. At the time, after she died, she was survived from 15 children, 8 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren. She was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. In March 12, 2019, he was hospitalized from exhaustion and kidney transplant in Manhattan, New York. Jesser cancelled from entertaining tour from 2019 tour dates, in his date from Tel Aviv Yafo Music Center, announcing that Jesser would not return 5 young artists as he was been done in 2018. In March 17, 2019, Jesser died of hemorrhagic myelopathy at Hackensack Meridian Hospital and the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 85, just 1 day before announcing his retirement. 5 days shortly before his 86th birthday, near his home in Manhattan House. Autumn died of lymphoma cancer at his home in Van Nuys, California on October 6, 2005, at the age of 47. Crosby died in Van Nuys, California, in June 16, 2008, at the age of 51 of acute myeloid leukemia. Parker died from congestive heart failure on May 26, 2008, at his home in Woodland Hills, California at age 69. Johnson died of lymphoma in Pensacola, Florida on August 11, 2010, aged 57. He was cremated and the ashes. Brown died in September 21, 2011, at the age of 74 of colorectal cancer. King died at his home in Davenport, Iowa at age 62 on May 19, 2008 from tuberculosis. James died in November 17, 2007 in Portland, Oregon from periambulatory cancer at age of 49. In November 2017, Bell was hospitalized with condition related from the health problems cause of disease, from complications of diabetes. Before Bell's death, the doctors examined her from cancer diseases from health as breathing, underwent a kidney transplant and before his severe cough from a result, Bell died in his sleep from heart attack in January 14, 2018, at the age of 71. He was interred at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. Gibson died at the age of 81, at Central State Hospital in Louisville, Jefferson, Kentucky on May 12, 2016 from complications of sarcoidosis. Baltimore died of Parkinson's disease from cerebral gaze later on July 7, 2005, at the age of 88. Giovanni died from kidney failure with combined emphysema on April 25, 2000 at the age of 71 at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida. In May 21, 2008, Hubbard died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 46, from complications of acute hemorrhagic pancreatitis. Garver died at age of 99, in Manhattan at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center on October 6, 1990 from complications of pancreatic cancer. Vincent died at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan on October 6, 1996 at the age of 83 of appendix cancer. After her death, she was survived from 9 children, 13 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. A long-time resident of Los Angeles, California, Creighton died there of a heart attack in 1985. He was interred in the Inglewood Park Cemetery. Turner died of heart failure in November 1985, at the age of 74, in Inglewood, California, having suffered from effects of arthritis, a stroke and diabetes. His funeral included musical tributes from Etta James and Barbara Morrison. He was buried at Roosevelt Memorial Park in Gardena, California. Baker died in November 27, 2012 near Toulouse, France, aged 87. His wife, Marie, said he died of heart and kidney failure. Memphis Slim died of renal failure in February 24, 1988, in Paris, at the age of 72. He is buried at Galilee Memorial Gardens in Memphis, Tennessee. Thomas died in 1930, when he would have been 55 or 56 years old. Williams died at the Albert Einstein Medical Center in Philadelphia on July 2, 1994, aged 66. Hunter died of complications due to lung cancer in 1974, at the age of 60, in Memphis, Tennessee. His remains were buried in Spring Hill Community Cemetery. Franklin died of metastatic breast cancer at Arifis Senate Court Home in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, in April 25, 1988, and, like other deceased family members, is interred at Detroit's historic Woodlawn Cemetery in North Woodward Avenue. Sanders died in Detroit during the fall of 2016. He was 77. In August 1996, Bell was hospitalized which suffered a coccidioidomycosis. He went depression and was administered steroids from help his breathing. He had suffering from the health problems cause of disease. He underwent a colectomy and kidney transplant for the result. In October 25, 1996, Bell died from a heart attack at Southeast Colorado Hospital in Springfield, Colorado, at age 59. He was unresponsive, and administered CPR, but pronounced dead at about 12:35 p.m. Pacific. He was buried at Pikes Peak National Cemetery, in Grannon Road, Colorado Springs, Colorado. In October 6, 1996, Edmonds died of rare blood cancer, aged 68, at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan, New York City. His ashes were scattered over Manhattan. White died in March 17, 1993, at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville at age of 56 of emphysema and dementia, with combined of Parkinson's disease. His remains were cremated, and his ashes were scattered in Jefferson, Louisville. James died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at age 72 from periampullary cancer on April 16, 1996. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Parker died of pancreatic cancer on October 6, 1996, at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan at the age of 42. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. Johnson died in October 4, 1990, at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York, at age 76 from contributing factors of Alzheimer's disease. Washington died in his sleep on December 14, 1999 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut of a heart attack, aged 71. Crosby died in February 12, 2000, at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, from complications of colorectal cancer at the age of 78. Rogers died of lung cancer on August 18, 2005 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at age 59 from hematemesis. Thompson died of kidney failure on May 6, 2006, in his home in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He was 75 years old. Brown died in May 14, 2005 at his home in Westport, Connecticut, from complications caused by hemorrhagic stroke and heart disease, aged 79. King died at age 91 on May 8, 2007 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts from complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure. Early in the morning, in the 6th of September 2008, Gordon died in his sleep at his home in Alberta, Canada aged 81 from congestive heart attack. Jordan died in 29 April 2020 in Queensland, Australia aged 92, from complications caused by COVID-19. Henderson died of heart failure in June 8, 2010 at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 56. Geisler died in the 3rd of August 2010 in Düsseldorf, Germany, aged 65 from diabetes and myeloid leukemia. An autopsy was unable to determine the cause of death. In March 2003, Gibson was hospitalized with periampullary cancer, which diagnosis contributed to chronic kidney disease and diabetes. Underwent a kidney transplant for result. Gibson died of congestive heart attack on April 29, 2003 at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon at age 60. Troy McCoy died at his home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in July 7, 2007, at the age of 77, due to complications caused by congestive heart failure at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut. Snooker died in his sleep on March 7, 2000, aged 82. He died of congestive heart failure. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered of Imperial Central in Atlanta, Georgia. Thomas died from complications caused of aortic dissection with combined of emphysema, aged 79, in May 7, 2009 and was interred at Brownsville Cemetery. Meredith died of kidney failure and diabetes on August 7, 2001, at age 87, in his home in Knoxville, Texas. Eddie Rhodes died in his sleep from heart failure, at the age of 90 on March 17, 2009. In February 7, 2008, Gibson died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at the age of 76, from complications of colorectal cancer. In December 7, 2014, Hansen died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at the age of 80 due to colon cancer arising from dementia. Howard died in December 17, 2016, from pancreatic cancer, aged 84 at his home in Boulder City, Nevada. At the age of 80, Diesel died at his home in Charlotte, North Carolina on October 25, 1996. He died while making his juice, according to guitarist with Jeffrey Morgan. Morgan died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on March 18, 2019, 2 days later and 1 month before his 85th birthday. Martin died at his home in New York on June 25, 2006, following a lengthy battle with pancreatic cancer. His remains were brought to Turkey and were interred at Karacamat Cemetery in Üsküdar district of Istanbul on July 5, 2006. PG soloist Robin Gibb and his wife Gwynna attended the funeral service, among other prominent people. He died in July 21, 1993, in Calvary Hospital, Bronx, aged 49, after suffering from prostate cancer. He was survived by his mother Helen Tenwright of Brooklyn, 6 sons, and 2 stepdaughters. He is buried in the Artist Cemetery in Woodstock, New York. Camaro died in the 7th of November 2020, at his home in New York. He was 99. He is survived by a daughter, Emerita Camaro Draddens, and a grandson. Eddie Kingston died from a heart attack on May 9, 2000, at age 81, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, California. He is interred at the Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Garcia died in his sleep from congestive heart attack on July 7, 2005, at San Francisco Chinese Hospital at the age of 93. He was cremated and the ashes were scattered over Golden Bay Central in San Francisco, California. In March 17, 2003, Bill died at the age of 74 in Beverly Hills, California, home, from complications of heart failure, with contributing causes of high blood pressure, kidney disease, a stroke and diabetes, which suffered a severe cough. He was buried at Santa Barbara Cemetery. McCarthy died in Las Vegas, Nevada, in July 2001, at age 68, at Boulders City Hospital, in Boulders City, Nevada, from congestive heart failure, resulting from complications of vascular dementia, which his son, Andy, with brothers were with him, when he died. Frederick King died in Woodland Hills, California, in May 2011, at the age of 79 of heart disease, with his son, Gary. He was buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale. Rudy Brown died in Holmby Hills, California, in June 16, 2007, from cardiac arrest, aged 87. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Austin died in March 8, 1998, from a cardiac failure, in Apple Valley, California, at age 76. He was hospitalized from owing exhaustion and he suffering a heart attack, where he died at about 8:35 a.m. Pacific. He was buried at Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Apple Valley, California. In May 18, 1980, Manron died of Alzheimer's disease at the age of 80 at Cedars of Lebanon Hospital, now Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, in Los Angeles, California. McRae died at the age of 82, from Parkinson's disease, in June 18, 2013, at his home in Bakersfield, California, at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California. In February 14, 2002, Jennings died in his sleep from complications of diabetes at the age of 64, at his home in Chandler, Arizona. He was buried in the City of Mesa Cemetery, in nearby Mesa. At his memorial service in February 15, Jesse Coulter sang Storms Never Last. Later that day, Orbison died of a heart attack at the age of 52, at his mother's house. After 2000, his health would only allow for short appearances. Contracting emphysema and asthma after a lengthy illness, Paycheck died at Nashville's Vanderbilt University Medical Center in 2003, aged 64. Washington died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at age 70 from lung cancer on May 7, 2008. Thatcher died of congestive heart failure on December 8, 2009, at his home in Middlesex County, aged 66, after suffering from pneumonia and stroke from many years. Gonzalez died from periampullary cancer on September 8, 2018, aged 78 in his hometown in Atlanta, Georgia. Bedford died due to heart failure at age 81, at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, in March 9, 2011. White died in his home in Naples, Florida from aortic dissection on June 18, 2009, at the age of 86. Rogers died of kidney failure in January 25, 2012 at the age of 36 in his home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was cremated and the ashes. Jones died in Knoxville, Texas on October 1, 2000, aged 79 of hematemesis. Bell died later that day on May 9, 2007, at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami Beach, Florida at the age of 87 from colorectal cancer. Remington died from a heart attack in his sleep on June 18, 2011, aged 84, at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut, and 1 month before his 85th birthday. He was buried at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. Crosby died at the age of 96 from diabetes, strokes, heart disease, myeloid leukemia, hematemesis, kidney disease, liver disease, pancreatic cancer, colorectal cancer, lung cancer, cardiovascular disease, thrombosis, respiratory failure, Alzheimer's disease, brain cancer, Parkinson's disease. Gibson died of diabetic retinopathy with combined chronic kidney disease and acute respiratory failure, near his home in San Antonio, Texas on June 8, 2011, at age 80. Donner died in March 18, 1992, at age 72, at his home in Boulder City, Nevada, with his family by his side. According from official coroner's office, he died of respiratory disease. He was cremated and there is no funeral. Ashley died at his home in Utah on May 20, 2009, at the age of 79. His death was not expected from the health problems cause of disease. He died of kidney ailments. Cooper died of prostate cancer on May 8, 2015 in his home in Bakersfield, California at age 81. He was buried at Santa Barbara Cemetery in Santa Barbara, California. Mason died of lymphoma cancer at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, California at age 51 on December 12, 1994. He is interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery. Lee died later that day of congestive heart failure in his sleep at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts on April 13, 2000, at age 72. He was buried at Brownsville Cemetery in West Windsor, Vermont. Henry Gutter died of a heart attack in the 3rd of May 2007, aged 66 in his County Donegal, Ireland, home. Prior to cause of death, he had suffering from diabetes and liver cirrhosis. Ziegler died from heart failure on July 7, 2008, at the age of 74, at his home in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Simmers died in Champlin, Minnesota on June 16, 2011, at age of 77 due to acute hemorrhagic pancreatitis. In October 6, 2016, Rivera died in Butte, Montana due to cirrhosis of the liver at age 56. Francis died at Bryan Health in Lincoln, Nebraska on May 8, 2012, at the age of 63 due to cardiovascular disease. Simon died in his sleep from heart disease on May 18, 2000, in his home in Aberdeen, Washington, aged 70. Kit died of colon cancer in Christmas Day 2008, 3 weeks short of her 82nd birthday at her home in Weston, Connecticut. Her daughter, Kit MacDonald, described her last days with her mother. "I was with her when she died. She left this world literally screaming at the top of her lungs. I was with her constantly. She lived not even 3 miles from my house. We were together practically every day. She was home for the last few weeks, when the doctor told us there was nothing they could do anymore. Up until the last 2 days, she was still moving around. The doctor told us she will leave very quickly and her body will just start to shut down. But when she left the world with a bang. She left it, how she lived it. She screamed her way out of Jimmy Yancey died of a diabetes-induced stroke in his native Chicago on September 17, 1951, and was buried at Lincoln Cemetery in Blue Island, Illinois. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1986. Thorne Wagner died of heart failure in the 3rd of August 1999, in his sleep at his home in Norwich, United Kingdom, aged 67. Gabriel died of congestive heart failure at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles on May 6, 2011, at age 64. He is interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery. Sinister died from heart attack at Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas on September 21, 2009, at the age of 78. In May 2007, Ferguson died of pancreatic cancer at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut at the age of 57. Walls died of cancer in Montreal, in February 24, 1999. He played piano in the cancer ward almost until the day of his death. Weinberg died at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville from a heart attack, age 75, in March 17, 1996. Scott died at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California from kidney failure and myeloid leukemia, with including emphysema and heart disease on April 17, 2017, aged 81. Guff died in December 13, 2000, aged 63 of colorectal and lung cancer, aged 70 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey. He was cremated and the ashes. Brown died in his sleep from heart attack on May 13, 2005, aged 65 at Boulder City Hospital in Boulder City, Nevada. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. King died at Baltimore's Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland, of Alzheimer's disease on August 18, 2011, aged 76. James died of congestive heart failure on August 13, 2004, aged 71 at his home in Holmby Hills, California. Butters died of Parkinson's disease at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts on May 14, 2017, aged 79, in the evening of the 24th of November 1991, about 24 hours after issuing the statement. Mercury died at the age of 45 at his home in Kensington. The cause of death was bronchial pneumonia resulting from AIDS. His close friend Dave Clark of the Dave Clark Five was at the bedside vigil when Mercury died. Austin phoned Mercury's parents and sister to break the news, which reached newspaper and television crews in the early hours of the 25th of November. Ashley died from kidney failure on March 17, 1993 at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville, Kentucky, aged 56. He was buried at Brownsville Cemetery. Livingston died of lung cancer at the JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, in May 26, 2000, at the age of 68. Rollins died of lymphoma cancer in Thringen, Germany on September 2008, at the age of 49 at SRH Krankenhaus Waltershausen Friedrichsrode in Thringen, Germany. He was cremated. Klaus died at his home in Frankfurt, Germany, early in the morning in the 15th of May 2009, at age 77 of periampullary cancer. Simmons died of congestive heart attack in his sleep on April 16, 1996 at the age of 92. The cause of death was reportedly when Simmons died of congestive heart attack in his sleep at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami Beach, Florida. Vincent died in June 8, 2008, at his home in Bakersfield, California from heart failure in his sleep at age 94. After suffering from chronic kidney disease, a severe stroke and diabetes. Jacob died of diabetes at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at age 60. In May 11, 2010, he was buried at Inglewood Park Cemetery, in Inglewood, California. Jordan died at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, in June 6, 2013 at age of 74 from congestive heart attack, after suffering from the health problems cause of disease, with contributing factors of diabetes, a stroke and kidney failure. In October 1999, Volkov was hospitalized which suffered a diabetes. He underwent to kidney failure a contributing factors of diabetes. From last 2 days later, in November 23, Volkov suffered a severe stroke, which forced to retired from the health problems cause of disease. In December 14, 1999, Volkov died in his sleep from heart attack at Middlesex Hospital in Middletown, Middlesex County, Connecticut at age 88. He was cremated, and there was no funeral. White died in March 17, 1993, at Central State Hospital in Jefferson, Louisville at age of 56 of emphysema and dementia, with combined of Parkinson's disease. His remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in Jefferson, Louisville. James died at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles at age 72 from periampullary cancer on April 16, 1996. He was interred at Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California. Parker died of pancreatic cancer on October 6, 1996, at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan at the age of 42. He was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, Bronx, New York. Johnson died in October 4, 1990, at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York, at age 76 from contributing factors of Alzheimer's disease. Washington died in his sleep on December 14, 1999 at Middlesex Hospital in Middlesex, Connecticut of a heart attack, aged 71. Crosby died in February 12, 2000, at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California, from complications of colorectal cancer at the age of 78. Rogers died of lung cancer on August 18, 2005 at the JFK Medical Center in Edison, New Jersey, at age 59 from hematemesis. Thompson died of kidney failure on May 6, 2006. in his home in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He was 75 years old. Brown died in May 14, 2005 at his home in Westport, Connecticut, from complications caused by hemorrhagic stroke and heart disease, aged 79. King died at age 91 on May 8, 2007 at Bedford Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Bedford, Middlesex County, Massachusetts from complications of high blood pressure, diabetes, vascular dementia and kidney failure. Early in the morning, in the 6th of September 2008, Gordon died in his sleep at his home in Alberta, Canada, aged 81 from congestive heart attack. Jordan died in 29 April 2020 in Queensland, Australia, aged 92, from complications caused by COVID-19. Henderson died of heart failure in June 8, 2010 at JFK Medical Center in Atlantis, Florida, at the age of 56. Giesler died in the 3rd of August 2010 in Düsseldorf, Germany, aged 65 from diabetes and myeloid leukemia. An autopsy was unable to determine the cause of death. In March 2003, Gibson was hospitalized with periampullary cancer, which diagnosis contributed to chronic kidney disease and diabetes. Underwent a kidney transplant for result. Gibson died of congestive heart attack on April 29, 2003 at Samaritan Albany General Hospital in Albany, Oregon at age 60. Died of colon cancer in Christmas Day 2008, 3 weeks short of her 82nd birthday at her home in Weston, Connecticut. Her daughter, Kit MacDonald, described her last days with her mother. I was with her when she died. She left this world literally screaming at the top of her lungs. I was with her constantly. She lived not even 3 miles from my house. We were together practically every day. She was home for the last few weeks, when the doctor told us there was nothing they could do anymore. Up until the last 2 days, she was still moving around. The doctor told us she will leave very quickly and her body will just start to shut down. But when she left the world with a bang. She left it, how she lived it. She screamed her way out of here, literally. I truly believe her survival instincts were so part of her DNA that she was not going to go quietly or willingly. It was just the 2 of us hanging out during the last days. She was very funny. We didn't have to talk, because I always knew how she felt about me. I was the love of her life, so the last part of her life we didn't have to have these heart-to-heart talks. She started to see people that weren't there. She thought I could see them too. But, of course, I couldn't. I would make fun of her like, I'm going to go in the other room and you stay here and talk to your friends. In the 13th of December 2016, fight collapsed, while playing ice hockey.